Okay, so today we are going to be talking about Eva, the TV show Neon Genesis Evangelion, which probably needs no introduction, but basically it's a mecha anime with some psychology baked into it. And we're also going to talk about a psychologist called Alfred Adler. Um, well, it's probably no secret that Jung and Freud, um, Freud's ideas affected Hideaki Anno when making Eva. And although there's no evidence that Anno really Hideaki Anno really looked at any of Alfred Adler's ideas when working on Eva, I think we can retroactively apply some of those ideas to some of the characters. Um, yeah. So I think so. We have two people here, two guests today, and one of them likes Eva and the other doesn't. So maybe we could start with talking about the TV show in general, and then I'll chime in with some comments from a book called "The Courage to Be Disliked," a Japanese book by Ichiro Kishimi and Fumitake Koga, which discusses some of Adler's ideas. So, I think it's these days, like Eva is kind of praised as a very good show. So, what about Eva don't you like, Albania man?
I would say mainly because I don't know. I didn't really, they're not bad characters, but I didn't really like any of the characters. If I'm gonna be honest, they didn't really grab onto me. That's the main crux of it.
When did you watch the show originally?
I watched the show. I would say 7 years ago on my own, and I watched I guess, the conclusion film. I thought, well, it's not bad, but I didn't really particularly enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm on the opposite end. I think I enjoyed the series greatly, and I would hazard a guess, Albanian man, that you probably enjoy more classic super robot characters than the slightly, well, I guess not slightly, but the transformed characters in Evangelion.
Yeah, that is a fair assessment. I mean, for instance, I enjoyed more. Let's say, what's another example? I forgot. It's off the top of my head. It's by the same director as Doug. I forgot the name of the show, but it involves Jericho, and I enjoyed
Oh,
it.
you mean Votoms? But Votoms
Bottoms,
isn't a
yes.
super robot show. It is a real robot
Well,
show.
it is real robot, but it does feature like a very stoic protagonist.
Yeah, so you prefer like characters like Ryu from Getter Robo, or from Mazinger. You prefer the guy from there or something,
Yeah, someone that's a bit more, I guess, cheerful and less depressive. Because I would
and
say,
more masculine.
yep.
From
If I'm gonna be honest.
Yes, Shinji is a very effeminate boy. Unfortunately, the masculine traits have like transferred more to the secondary protagonists like Asuka,
Yeah,
who's actually more like a standard or classic, whether super robot protagonist.
Hmm. Well, to be honest, part of that is it's not all his fault. I mean, for one thing, his dad pretty much abandoned him, and even then, it's the only reason why his dad even called him is just to say, "Oh, you're needed. Oh, I don't know who the fuck you are. Oh, you're my son, apparently. Okay, you got a job to do now. Piss off."
Yeah. So other than what I said at the start, that I think what made me want to like talk about Adler's ideas along with Eva was the idea from the book we are discussing, that Adler apparently had this idea that all problems are interpersonal problems, and when I came across that in the book, it made me think that like all like yeah, it's true that there are these aliens called the angels which are attacking, um, but like all of the problems really in the series um, stem in some way stem come back to interpersonal problems between the characters. Um, and yeah, I guess do you guys agree with that, or um, not? Maybe the
I would.
idea that all the problems.
Mm, I mean, I wouldn't say I don't fully disagree, but at the same time, there's some problems where it's out of your control, so you can't really say that all problems are interpersonal.
Hmm. I mean, there's a lot of things like in Eva itself that like are outside the characters' control a lot of the time. Like for example, when uh, the Unit One goes berserk a lot of the time, and I think it happens in the rebuilds as well. When more so in the rebuilds, I would say, where Shinji is held responsible for things which are outside his control.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, it's more to do with the fact that, well, since they don't want to really take responsibility, they just blame it on Shinji, the weakest link.
yeah,
Well,
I
it's not
mean,
really so much an attempt to blame him as to instill a sense of duty in him so that he will take responsibility. But the problem is they aren't really doing it in a very considerate manner. They just expect that after they give him some, tough, uh, not tough love, but some. mm, like the way they explain the situation to him, they expect him to take all of this in, and uh, while he is doing that, have the courage to um, you know to do what is expected of him without him having been prepared in any way to do what is expected. I don't think I really explained that too well.
Well, I guess what you're trying to say as well, they expect him to. They have basically unrealistic expectations. They expect him to, act with discipline and just accept it without him protesting, even though for you have to understand, well, Shinji is 14 years old, and before the events of Evangelion, he was kind of placed into different foster homes, and it's safe to say he didn't really have a father figure to cling on to.
Well, that's not actually quite true. So Shinji is a neglected child, but he actually did have a figure who was looking after him, his so-called sensei. We don't know who this sensei is and what type of person he is, but it's quite clear that while he did a good job of ethically educating Shinji, he didn't really manage to make well, this is gonna sound sexist, but a man out of Shinji, as in a person who would take upon himself the necessary, um, actions in order to fulfill a duty of some kind. And and basically, what's happened is that Seal uh, or its representatives, um, wait, not Seal, I mean Nerve, the representatives a representative of Nerve, his father, is asking a borderline impossible task of him. It's not so much impossible that it's about the fate of the world, so much that Shinji is not in any way, shape prepared to take upon such a responsibility of any kind. He's just a maybe not a spoiled kid, but a very very unprepared kid, and he's thrust right into the world of obligations, responsibility, and duty, and that's bad.
Did Shinji do anything wrong?
I would say, aside from that one instance in the end of Evangelion, for the most part, not really.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Shinji,
yeah,
as an individual, probably cannot be faulted for the way he acted, but as the person that's going to be relied upon the most for Nerve's efforts to even bear any sort of fruit, he is to be blamed. I mean, it's kind of ironic. He's not at fault, but he's also kind of at fault for not living up to the expectations that he wasn't even aware of existed.
yeah. I think part of the, I mean, sometimes like he does get a bit. The one time that he does get a bit confident, um, it just doesn't work out for him really, because it's when he comes across that angel that like absorbs him into like a shadow. Um, yeah. What do you think of the other pilots? Asuka, for example. Like, is she like too cocky, or
Well, you have to understand part of the reason why Asuka has this cocky like facade is because, well, as we established, pretty much all the characters are broken in some way or another. She's doing this whole show of bravado just to kind of, you know, as a form of like, oh, I want to be included, when really she's just broken.
speaking of the characters being broken, one criticism which I've seen of Eva is that like it doesn't like show like, I don't know, real PTSD or whatever. It's more like showing I guess depression in what depression would look like in teenagers.
Well,
Because, yeah.
I guess to respond to that, I would say, well, the only one way to understand how PTSD would work is if you actually have some form of trauma, which I don't know, didn't really have trauma. He was just very frustrated.
Yeah. I think basically like that's the criticism that the creators couldn't have portrayed it because they didn't have that trauma. But maybe I feel like that's also kind of looking at it the wrong way.
Yes, I 100% agree.
Because it's more about the creator's mentality and that of the audience, rather than the fact that I guess that the pilots are technically child soldiers, uh, whatever. Right? Yeah. So another connection which I saw is between this. Uh, I almost want to say philosopher rather than psychologist, because in the book, The Courage to be Disliked, it's we haven't talked much about the book, but basically it's written as a dialogue between a philosopher and a youth, and the philosopher, the older man, takes like Adler's point of view, Yeah, but one thing which comes up there is that is the idea of teleology. Um, and which which no, I think that's the wrong thing. No, what thing I wanted to talk about was Yui's, I guess, the conclusion which the series reaches when Yui says that anywhere can be paradise. Yui's Shinji's mother, if you remember, guys. And she says that anywhere can be paradise as long as you're as long as you're alive. Do you like? Do you, because I feel like that's a very like Adlerian way of thinking, at least according to this book. But do you guys agree with that notion, or do you think like it's just, I don't know, self-help book nonsense? I guess.
I mean, to a certain extent, you can get used to something, even if it's absolutely terrible. But to say that anywhere can be paradise if you change your mindset to it, I don't fully agree with that. I mean, for instance, if would you say that stepping into a volcano is considered paradise, or stepping into a nuclear war?
Well, I don't think we need to extrapolate the conditions and situations to encompass every, to encompass everything. Obviously, she's talking to Shinji. Well, she's not actually talking to Shinji when these words are spoken. She means that regardless of your societal position, you can make an effort, and that effort will bear fruit. That effort encompassing, friendships, bonds, uh, for taking care of yourself, stuff like that. But I'm not completely certain that Yui herself actually believes what she's saying, because she's actually kind of like she's not a necrophiliac, but her ultimate end is for like humanity to stop living, so that the whole of humanity can be somehow ushered into the Eva 01 unit, and that way humanity will live on as an eternal memory for some reason. But that's like not living. That's like just there's just like an archival existence. So I'm sorry, I'm not really explaining it all too well. But if we are to like explain this in terms of teleological principles, she cannot claim that everywhere can be a paradise and then act in this mission where all of humanity will be archived into the Eva unit, and claim that that existence will be a paradise. How could it be? That's not like being or living. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
she just like wanted like there to be like some proof that humanity existed, but
Why is that important? That's not like important in of itself.
yeah, I would agree that. So the full quote, by the way, is anywhere can be paradise as long as you have the will to live. After all, you are alive, so you will always have the chance to be happy. Now to be fair to Yui, I feel like the way that she was acting, she was kind of limited by what Sele wanted, essentially. she couldn't like just go against the whole, just single-handedly um, undo the instrumentality project plan. So, and the angels were going to come anyway, so they needed the Evas. Um, she needed to work on the Evas anyway. I think she basically just wanted to do her best to make sure that there is a future for Shinji, basically.
So you're saying that she did all that so that Shinji could later make the decision whether for humanity to have another chance or stay within the Eva.
Yeah. She basically did her best to make sure that Shinji would have some kind of future, and that she could like protect Shinji with the Eva. It is kind of interesting though that the Eva Unit 1, where she's trapped, basically acts more according to what Shinji wants than what Gendo wants most of the time. So it kind of feels like she cared more about her son than her husband, uh, which is pretty interesting given that how dependent Gendo is on Yui, basically. Um, yeah, I mean, I guess there's something a bit of Freudian in that. Like Freud's idea of the Oedipal complex, where you have like the son and the father kind of competing, or at least in the child's mind, for their mother's attention, basically, or and the mother's and slash wife, I guess. Yeah, I mean, do you think that do you guys think that Gendo deserves like a lot of the hate which he gets, or not? Because how he ends up in like instrumentality, basically.
When you say hate, do you mean like hate from the fan base? Does he deserve the hate from the fan base, or do you mean like the consequences of his actions at the end of the movie, where where it's like sort of implied that he is forbidden from entering into the human instrumentality event? Is that what you mean, or is the other thing?
Um, Both, but I guess I'll ask the second first.
Well, to be quite honest with you, I don't even know what actually happens with Gendo after he tries to combine with the Ray clone. I'm trying to like recollect the events. Could you like tell me? Okay, so what happens? He kills he kills Ritsuko, I think.
Yeah.
And then Ray's clone body is like falling apart, and then he tries to combine with her body. But what happens after that? I don't quite like remember.
So
What happens to up to the rejection?
so what happens is that he tries to combine the so he tries to like in his hand he has like embedded that bit from the
Oh
embryo
yeah,
of
yeah, the
Adler.
embryo of Adam. Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason why Ray's body is falling apart is because she has to lower her AT field, I think, so that he can so that Gendo can reach into her. Um, and then she basically steals Gendo's arm along with Adam. Um, and
Oh yes, yes. I sort of remember now. Yes.
yes, and then but basically what you said happens. Sh- um, it's implied that uh, he's not able to reunite with with Yui because in the collective unconsciousness because Shinji hates him. I
Oh,
suppose
is that why? Is that what is happening? I'm not completely sure that's what it is. I mean, because Shinji hates Gendo only on the level that Gendo didn't like fulfill his uh fatherly obligations towards him. I don't think it's because he like hates Gendo's existence entirely.
I mean, we see like like a shot of Unit One like biting off um, the upper half of Gendo's body. Basically, that's what we see, and then uh, only the lower half is left, and then we don't see him again. I think that was kind of the implication. Like when at least it's different from what we see for all the other characters who like um they get to see like uh, the person that they loved or whatever um before they're turned into a tank basically into Fanta. And but we don't see Gendo turn into um
Yes,
LCL, I guess.
he remains solid. Um,
Yeah, maybe like that didn't happen, but
I'm not
that's
completely
how
sure that that's even like an event that like.
happened. Yeah,
Mm,
but I guess I mean, I guess what do you think? Because I guess the reason why I'm thinking about is also because of the rebuilds. It must be said because in the rebuilds, Gendo becomes like the main villain as well. Although he does kind of get a happy ending in that remake. Um,
he has a laser face for some reason. Also,
yes, yes, yeah. He becomes a Cyclops. What? Yeah, whatever. But I guess, do you feel like his goals were like in any way justified? I think because what I think is that he was trying to carry out what he thought were Yui's wishes um, as well. I don't know if that's the take that you guys have as well about him.
I consider them partially justified only so much as his goals were contra Seele's goals. Um, I'm not sure if like Gendo himself is like a believer. I'm not sure if he like believes in anything really. But the fact that he opposes a power that's like coded in like gnostic in
Kabbalistic, I guess.
yeah gnostic kabbalistic a type of esoteric sectarian language like seal makes me think that he wouldn't have done that if he didn't have a good reason to go against them.
I think he's the one who came up with who suggested the human instrumentality project to Sele, though, if I'm not mistaken. I think I heard that. And I mean, both Sele and him want to do the human instrumentality project, but I feel like Genda wanted more to do the turn Unit 1 into like an arc for humanity. Whereas I'm not. I guess what Sele wants to do is sort of what happens.
Well, we don't know what CD wants. They just accept that. They just accept whatever the outcome is.
Yeah.
If like we don't even know what they stand for, honestly, other than that the idea of a collective consciousness is something that they agree with for some reason.
Yeah, I think it's kind of implied that when we see them turn into like LCL, that and we see like all that they're basically cyborgs, um,
Yes.
being kept. So maybe I thought that maybe it's because like they didn't want to die, essentially, and if basically they would be able to live for longer through the human instrumentality project. I thought that was part of the motive.
It could be. Well, that's the
Well,
thing. It's open to. Well, I would say the motivations are kind of open to interpretation in a way, so you can kind of extrapolate however you want.
So getting back to the Adler book a bit. So one of the discussions which they have is about trauma and about how Adler apparently believes that it didn't it didn't exist. So the characters here in Eva, they are kind of all of their actions are kind of like bound by past trauma. Whereas someone like Adler might say that the past doesn't matter, and like to believe otherwise would be deterministic. And the reason why he thinks that it doesn't matter is because he believes that people are actually just motivated by certain goals which they want to achieve, and the trauma is just like an excuse basically to either do something or not to do something depending on what that goal is. So teleology versus trauma. So Adlerian psychology asserts that present goals create emotions like fear and anxiety. It's not trauma which creates them. So he uses this term called teleology, which I think comes from Aristotle, because Aristotle believes that basically like everything is kind of goal or purpose oriented. When you take a seed, it wants to grow into a tree, or whatnot. But I don't think Adler is using it in the same way. He just means looking at the purpose of a given phenomenon rather than trauma, which he thinks is more like looking at cause and effect. Now, I don't know, maybe I wasn't, if I was that clear, but I guess do you buy any of that?
Can you give us some more background on this book? I'm looking at it right now. It seems to be platonic dialogue between a character called Philosopher and a character called Youth. Um,
Yeah.
like if we are to juxtapose these characters, who is like the Youth in Evangelion, who is the Philosopher in Evangelion?
I think it's pretty clear who the youth is.
Oh yeah,
It's uh, it's like how the opening talks about a shonen.
yeah.
Yeah, it's Shinji obviously, and let me see if I can get
It's
like
obviously the Byzantine Emperor Isaac.
yeah. I mean, like he has
Alexei.
like he has a description of the youth. He lacked self confidence, and ever since childhood, this had been compounded by deep seated feelings of inferiority with regard to his personal and academic backgrounds, as well as his physical appearance. Yeah, I mean, he's a perfect like fit in for Shinji, I guess. And
Ironically, Shinji doesn't seem too concerned with his academic performance.
yeah,
And
that's
he's
fair,
also
fair.
very impressed with Asuka's intellect, but he doesn't like feel any animosity towards her. It's very interesting. It's an interesting character trait of Shinji.
Yeah, he's not he's not jealous. I would say. Whereas this the youth here does say that he doesn't feel good when other people do well better than him. Um, yeah, and also the youth, the quote unquote youth here. I think it's implied that it's more of like a university student. Like it's
So
also
it's
interesting.
Gendo.
I could get maybe, yeah. I mean, I mean, it's kind of implied that like Gendo is kind of like Shinji if he was older, um, in some ways. Though, I mean, it's kind of weird to think that because of how much softer Shinji comes across. But they do like have the same like similar hang-ups, I'd say.
Do you
Um,
suppose that then the philosopher is Kozo Fuyutsuki?
yeah, Fuyutsuki is kind of an interesting character. But I think, I mean, the first time. So this time, by the way, I watched the Netflix dub. And my advice to anyone who watches Ava is to avoid it, because I don't know. It kind of felt like I was just reading the script with a slideshow. Um,
Nice.
yeah. So I either look at the old ADV English dub, or which can sound a bit cartoony at times, or
Or
the sub.
watch the
The
fast
sub,
sub.
yeah, obviously. Yeah, but I think the about Fuyutsuki, the most characteristic thing about him is his passivity. But uh, like on the other hand, I kind rewatching it this time, it kind of felt like, I mean, what could he have done? Like at first, he was like he wanted like to reveal everything that Sele was up to the world, but first of all, they still needed the Evas. So obviously he couldn't like go against that, and also I kind of felt like um I wouldn't say that he was in love with Yui, but it's clear that Yui was like the most important person for him as well. Like like when he's about to be like um absorbed into the collective unconscious, the last person which he sees is Yui. And I don't think that there's like um, there's a philosopher character, but I think certain characters might say the things which the philosopher says at times. Like for example, when Misato is trying to convince Shinji to get get in the robot in End of Eva, um, because he has to decide for himself what he will do. Um, the philosopher here also tells the youth that like he can't. He needs to come up with his own answers to the youth. That the youth needs to come up with his own answers and move forward. So
Well, how
yeah,
is
so
he supposed to do that?
that's a good question. Let's go over some of the notes which I made, like in order, and I think we might get to that. So I think so. Basically, what the philosopher argues is that people can change at any moment that they want to, and the reason why they are not changing is because they don't want to, because it's more convenient for them. He uses the example of driving an old car which has, like, I don't know, engine troubles or whatever, or which rattles a bit. It's kind of annoying, but you know how to steer it. Whereas if you make a change, then you're going to be hurt. It's going to be difficult. So the reason why it's called the courage to be the courage to be disliked, or rather, why they talk about courage in the title, is because basically the philosopher says that what you need is that Adlerian psychology is a psychology of courage, and what you lack is courage and not competence, because basically, like, the youth thinks that he's worthless, useless. But I mean, I don't know. I think there are times when, like, people are, like, genuinely don't have the competence. But I don't know. Maybe you guys disagree.
No, I completely agree. Um, the problem is that general competence can be achieved quite easily by repetitious study and repetitious acts. But you first have to believe that you can even do those acts, that you can, like, do them once and then another time, so twice, and then 3 times, so thrice, that you can continually do them. And that's a big problem for many people, including myself. But I'm not complete. But now we're, like, losing the Evangelion connection, because it doesn't seem like Gendo has any problems with being disliked, or has any problems with being courageous, or because he is actually very courageous. He stands up against basically the whole world.
Yeah, I think the title of this book is not that good. There's a sequel to this book called The Courage to Be Happy, and I feel like that describes more about what the book is than being disliked. I mean, to be fair, when it comes to Gendo's character, he does say that people tend to dislike him, and the only person who liked him was Huey, and before, like, he's quote unquote killed, in the end of Eva, he also says that because um, because he's not like an easily likable person. He thought that it would be better for Shinji if he stayed separate from Shinji. So he was kind of running away as well, kind of. So, which you could argue that because he was kind of afraid of being disliked, or maybe that's a stretch. I don't know. I
He was
mean, but
afraid of showing his own self to his own progeny, I guess.
yeah, and I mean Shinji. So I think the thing about disliking, um, I think it's more like the characters disliking themselves rather than being or thinking that they are disliked by others, hated by others.
Yes,
Um,
obviously Gendo doesn't want Shinji to be contaminated by his own being. So that's why he made a somewhat respectable mistake of wanting to spare Shinji from, seeing him for who he actually is.
yeah, and I guess like in a sense, it's kind of implied that the reason why Gendo disliked others is because he also kind of disliked himself, just like Shinji disliked himself. And there's this like conversation between the youth and the philosopher in the book, where like they discuss why is it that the youth might dislike himself, and the reason why the philosopher says that the youth dislikes himself is because he says to the youth, it's because you're overly afraid of being disliked by other people and getting hurt in interpersonal relationships. You are afraid of being negated by other people. You're afraid of being treated disparagingly, being refused, and sustaining deep mental wounds. You think that instead of getting entangled in such situations, it would be better if you just didn't have relations with anyone in the first place. In other words, your goal is not to get hurt in your relationships with other people. So yeah,
That seems reasonable.
Yeah, I think that also kind of applies to like Shinji as well to some extent. So you could say that Shinji decided to dislike himself because he was overly afraid of being disliked by other people and getting hurt in interpersonal relationships, which yeah, that's which I kind of feel like that's kind of the point of the series. And the philosopher says another interesting thing, which is connected to Eva. Finally, that Adler says that to get rid of one's problems, all one can do is live in the universe all alone. And I kind of felt like that's what instrumentality ended up being, basically. And the philosopher goes on to say that it is only in social contexts that a person becomes an individual, and so in that sense, you could say that there is like in the collective unconsciousness there is no, because there is no social there is no social context, and so there are no individuals basically, and you are basically all alone then.
I don't remember in the anime how it went, but in the manga, there is a flashback of Shinji staying behind his classmates, and this is before he transferred to the nerve school, uh, and a group of boys is trying to integrate him into their social circle. And Shinji, in a very he basically snubs at them, saying, "Yeah, you guys don't really need to try so hard because I don't really care." Uh,
It's been a long time
would this
since I read the manga. Yeah.
would this like fall in line with what is being discussed in the book by the philosopher and the youth?
Yeah, yeah. Um. I mean, in the book, another quote which says that the philosopher says to the youth, "You were so afraid of interpersonal relationships that you came to dislike yourself. You have avoided interpersonal relationships by disliking yourself." So you could say that again. It's all part of his way of trying to avoid being hurt by others. But I guess one question which I had was, do you guys think like this is too much of like blaming the victim or the patient or the youth here, or do you feel like these are reasonable points?
I would say it's a bit of column A and column B. I mean, sure, in some instance, you could say, well, you some parts are responsible for. There's some actions that you're responsible for, but for others that are outside of your control, for instance, you can't exactly change your mind. You can't exactly just change your mind. Just everything is undoing. Everything just undoes, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things in the, I guess, the psychoanalytic scenes where, Shinji is talking to other characters so yeah, I mean, I guess this is another point of connection between. So I mean, the way that the dialogue takes place, it's sort of like a therapy session, and you can kind of argue that um some of the conversation which Shinji and other characters have like during those scenes which you're not clear which happen basically in his head, they are also like sort of like therapy sessions in a way. But one of the things which happens in those scenes is that the other characters or the versions of other characters in Shinji's mind blame him for not really trying to understand them, not really trying to understand. Ray's character in Shinji's mind tells him that he didn't really try to understand Gendo, his father. Asuka also says the same. Or you really didn't uh, try to understand me at all. And like Shinji in the end of Eva, Shinji has enough of this shit and decides to strangle her. But do you feel like these apparitions were like reasonable in their criticisms of Shinji, of him not trying to understand other people?
I would say it's more. I can kind of understand where they're coming from, but at the same time, it's also a bit of a projection on their part.
Mm-hmm.
It is now impossible to accept the fact that Shinji serves a utilitarian purpose to Nerve and its personnel. So to even argue that Shinji is like considered like a person I mean, that's kind of disingenuous, you know. Sure, Shinji is given purpose by Nerve, and supposedly he can just leave the premises and just leave the organization if he so wishes, but that would just deprive him of further purpose. The truth is that Nerve needs people like Shinji, and Gendo cannot advance his plot against Seal and to attain his own goals without Shinji, because as it turns out, the Ray clones that were to serve as like dummy, um, like what do you call them, like dummy pilots, they cannot bring about the instrumentality. So it is like Albanian man just said, it is a lot of like projecting. It is a lot of projection they're putting onto Shinji. I mean, that in itself is like a strategy in order to like build character, but maybe they don't go about it in the best of ways. It probably sucks to have Misato as like your caregiver as well, because she, even though she is an adult, she is not very very mature.
I wondered though, like how much of that is like an act, like to make him like feel like they're friends or whatever, because that's part of her job, right? To make him feel like a bit at ease, rather than, I don't know, like acting like she's major Katsuragi when they're at home as well.
Well, I'm not completely certain of that. They would have, classified. They would have like given this as a mission, but Misato appears to have like done this on a whim. My guess is that Misato just wants to. I mean, this is a very big aside from what we're talking about, but I think it's not so much her job as her wish in order to like have dominance over a male in her life, because she cannot dominate her father, who is also dead. She cannot dominate Gendo in any way, who is almost like a father figure anyway, a stern father figure. And she cannot dominate over her former boyfriend, who she says is like her own father.
Albania man, did you get like to the point where like they talk about love relationships in the book?
No, I got to the point where he talked about, he was referring to him saying, "Oh, I want to be like this friend. Oh, what is your friend like? And if you were born as your friend, would it change at all?"
Because basically, according to the philosopher, Adler believes that like there are three different life tasks, things which everyone should be doing basically, and the three life tasks were, what were they? I think the first one was work. The second one was so work relationships. The second one was friend ones, and the third one was love relationships, which included both parent and child, as well as between men and women, basically, romantic relationships. And I mean, he does say some odd stuff like romantic relationships shouldn't be coercive or forceful or forced. But I mean, yeah, I don't think I concentrate. They did a good job, or at least I didn't concentrate on it well enough to be able to say much. But I mean, the relationships between men and women are kind of a mess. um, And as for Misato, um, I guess you can all remember like the scene um, when Kaji is carrying um, Misato, who's drunk, on his back, and then she says that she can walk, and then um, she reveals that the reason why she's ended her relationship with Kaji was because she reminded him too much of her father, who kind of neglected her in order to do research. Basically, yeah. Were you going to say something, Brev?
I was going to ask if I could read an extract that I found while browsing the book. Uh,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yes.
so this is, I think, page 69. The chapter is Red String and Rigid Chains. And it starts with the philosopher. Think of it as divided into two stages. One, what are known as love relationships, and two, relationships with family, in particular parent-child relationships. We have discussed work and friendship, but of the three tasks, most likely it is the task of love that is the most difficult. When a friend relationship has turned into love, speech and conduct that were permitted between friends may no longer be permitted the moment they become lovers. Specifically, that will mean not permitting socializing with friends of the opposite sex. In some cases, just speaking on the telephone to someone of the opposite sex is enough to arouse jealousy. The distance is that close, and the relationship that deep. Yes, I suppose it can't be helped, says the youth. But Adler does not accept restricting one's partner. If the person seems to be happy, one can frankly celebrate that condition. That is love. Relationships in which people restrict each other eventually fall apart. Uh, I'm not sure if I completely agree with Adler's take, if that is indeed his take on love relationships. But this does make me think of the relationship between Misato and what was his name?
Kaji.
Kaji, yeah. Uh, and immediately the relationship between Shinji and uh, shit, I forgot his name as well. The other guy,
Kaoru?
uh,
Kaoru?
Kaoru,
No.
yeah, Kaoru, yes. Uh, there, there seems to have been a connection that at one point was so incredibly strong that Misato and Kaiji became lovers, but for some reason they broke apart. But this element of the love relationship that arouses jealousy in at least one of the partners still remains, as we see Kaji, woos Ritsuko, although playfully, and that brings forth jealousy in Misato. And although I don't think it's that heavily homosexually coded, the relationship between Shinji and Kaoru uh, is of a greater variety than a simple friendship. You know, at least in the anime, in the manga, Shinji is kind of weirded out by Kaoru's advances, but not in the anime.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, in the from the same abstract that he talked about, the philosopher says, um, basically, um, that the kind of relationship that somehow feels oppressive and strained when two people are together cannot be called love. When one can think of, even if there is passion, when one can think, whenever I'm with this person, I can behave freely, one can really feel love. Maybe I think actually that applies mostly to the relationship between Shinji and Kaoru. Whereas if you're talking about quote unquote restrictive feeling relationships, then it would be the one um, between um, Gendo and Ritsuko, where Gendo is basically just using her and imprisoning her whenever, and then taking her out again, depending on if she's convenient to use or not at that moment.
That's true. That completely slipped my mind. I forgot that he basically uses her in a stand-in way, and for her own mother. Um, it's kind of amazing how Gendo can like woo women so easily.
Yeah, it's like it is almost. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of, so like, I'm wondering like if like Gendo is like this great god of manipulation, because he's able to manipulate these women, and he's able to manipulate Sele, which runs the world. Um, but
Either that, or I like to think that the whole idea of I can fix him, that type of deal. It's probably where it comes from.
yeah, because at the end of the day, he's not able to manipulate Shinji at all, really. Um, he doesn't even try, um, to be honest.
That's what makes
So
Shinji based and red-pilled.
yeah, yeah. So I guess it's more like Albania Man says that it's more like these women seen in him something that they want, um, rather than him doing anything um, or trying to manipulate them. It's more that these women want to be manipulated. I don't know if that sounds kind of like victim blaming a bit, though. Um,
Well, it kind of
but
reminds me of that song. What was it called? People wanna be abused around the world or something. I'm gonna try and find it.
hmm? Sorry, I didn't get what you meant, Bref.
Have you ever heard of the song "Sweet Dreams Are Made of This"? It has like song lyrics that go, some of them want to use you, some of them want to get used by you, some of them want to abuse you, some of them want to be abused.
Uh,
I think it's by the band Eurythmics or something.
Yeah, I
yeah,
know
yeah,
that
I've heard
song.
it. Yeah. Hmm.
Come to think of
So
it, isn't it like very cheap pop song lyrics?
yeah. Um, I guess another thing which I found out, I haven't fact checked it though, but according to the philosopher, it was Adler who came up with the terms inferiority complex and superiority complex. Um, and I guess, I guess, um, before we move on to that, given that we were like on the topic of women in Eva, um, it's like I feel like the problems that the characters face, um, that a lot of the characters face, like are like the way that it's looked at. It's like from the perspective of people who are like hyper competent at what they are doing. Like scientists like Yui, people who like run large organizations like Gendo, and also like uh, in particular like um, women who are like um, in high positions, like again like Yui, Ritsuko, and
Wait, dude.
Misato.
They're not in high positions. They're not middle managers, but they're actually middle power holders. And have you noticed that among Siri, there are only men?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Um. Yeah, but still, I guess like from the characters that we can see, like like there's a lot of women at Nerve. Let's say, like Ritsuko is like the head of research, and Misato is like the head of operations. Um, but okay, maybe you're right. Maybe it's not so much about them being women, but it's more like, although that does play into the relationships, but it's more like about hyper competitive people. But because, or, or or maybe I'm just thinking too much of it in terms of like who the creator is, basically. I know, um, the
Well,
people
it's
there.
it's possible that those characters are women based on the assumption that executive decisions are more efficiently carried out by women. And maybe that's also the in-universe position that Gendo holds, and that's why they're there. Although I
Yeah,
guess they would be there because of CD, not Gendo.
yeah. I guess what I was trying to get at is that it shows like how their hyper competitiveness kind of affects their relationships, um, because they're really good at what they're doing, but they're not really good at relationships. Basically,
Yeah, I can sort. Yeah, I think I can sort of understand what you're trying to say. But wouldn't that be more appropriate for, the pilots? Maybe we should first examine under this lens the pilots. If we look at them like, I mean, I guess we don't really have resumes of the characters, but technically, the most competitive and most qualified pilot of them all should be Asuka. But almost all of the victories achieved by Nerve are thanks to Shinji.
yeah, and
I think like the vast majority of them. I think the vast majority of the angels are actually killed by Shinji. I mean, I know Shinji received help, but he is like the ultimate cause of the victory.
yeah, he's the Giga Shed.
Yes,
Yeah,
ironically, he actually does kind of become like a classic super robot hero in the end. He just doesn't have like the burning fighting spirit that all the other super robot heroes have.
yeah. I feel like a lot of the time, like his ass gets saved by his mother, basically by Eva Unit One going berserk. Though, basically, like Eva Unit One is just too OP, um, compared to the other units. Um, so yeah, getting back to the book. So apparently, it was Adler who came up with the concepts of superiority and inferiority complex, and I think that's most relevant. Um, that's most relevant when it comes to Asuka's character, probably. And so he talks about how basically you shouldn't have a competitive mindset, because if you do, when you compare to yourself to others, you will start to see everyone as your enemy. And that instead you should see your fellow man as your comrades and be able to celebrate their achievements wholeheartedly. I don't know how realistic that is, but it's kind of true that I feel like Asuka like takes it really badly every time that Shinji achieves something, and she doesn't, basically. And I feel like that's not such an uncommon thing. The only thing which is different is that Asuka just shows that she's really she doesn't like that being overshadowed. Whereas I feel like most people, most normal people, would not like go out of their way to show that, basically. Um, what do you guys make of that? Do you like think that like having a competitive spirit like Asuka is like inherently bad? Like Adler seems to claim.
I mean, I could see where he's coming from, but at the same time, that's basically saying, oh, you gotta remove that aspect of human nature entirely, which, if that were the case, we wouldn't have our modern society as it was. Part of the reason why we have the things we do is because of the competitive nature. I mean, if it wasn't for the competitive nature, for instance, the whole Roman Republic and Empire wouldn't exist.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's not take it to the realms of civilization just yet. Let's just consider that Alfred Adler is like a disciple of Freud. And I mean, I haven't really studied Freud, but what is his like position on like female achievement or combativeness or competitiveness? Doesn't he like define female stimulation as something that is to be achieved because of the absence of another thing? Most notably, the so-called the penis envy, as he calls it.
yeah, I think
Because
like it's one
remember
of
that Asuka hates herself for even being a girl. She doesn't want to be a girl. At least that's what she tells herself, in the bathtub, or not the bathtub, but like the bathroom.
yeah, and then you also have like the three magi, which are like the different, which are divided into like Ritsuko's mother as a woman, as a mother, and as a scientist. And I think like at the end, Ritsuko ends up getting betrayed by the woman, CPU or whatever,
Yeah.
the woman magi. Yeah, I mean it does feel like so. I mean, like you can say like yeah, it's true that like competition like got the yeah, to play the devil's advocate, you can say like through like competition got us like the Roman Empire or whatever. But like would it have been better if we had just stayed I don't know, chilling as hunter gatherers? Or would that have been worse? Because like here in Eva, like it kind of feels like when it comes to women, that there's kind of no place for them to be women. And as for men, I guess like Shinji, they constantly like they're not like human beings, they're like human doings. Like they need to like constantly like prove themselves over and over again.
Yeah,
And-
they're used and then discarded if they fail to accomplish something. But I guess that's also true for like Ray, but she's not even a human. Or yeah, I guess she is. I guess she is partially human.
Yeah.
That's why she falls in love with Shinji. Or something.
Yeah. Ray's character, it's kind of weird because like there's 3 different Rays. There's Ray 1, Ray 2, and Ray 3. And I'm not sure like how much they are the same character. Oh, Adolf Starling.
3 minutes.
Oh, hi Adolf.
I guess you didn't realize that it was a discussion, even though I clearly just put the fucking link, but whatever.
Yeah, I can only be here for a few minutes. I gotta go with my parents somewhere.
Okay. I guess can you tell us in those 3 minutes?
What do you say?
Can you tell us what you think about Adler? I guess any ideas?
It's people I'm talking to. I think that his sorry, I just woke up, by the way. I'm gonna do this as efficiently as possible. I have a couple of his writings. From what I know, he's very inspired by Nietzsche, the idea of self-ownership and whatnot. And I have some agreements and disagreements here and there with him. I don't think that, things like the past don't matter and whatnot, but, I think I would probably be better off if I talked about this at nighttime than today because I just woke up. So,
Yeah, fair.
when is the next discussion with you, with your this whole thing?
It will probably be announced on the server, like on the events tab on Discord. I haven't decided yet, to be honest.
Okay. Because I completely forgot and everything just got. I didn't realize. I'm like, oh crap, and I was like, oh yeah, something's going on. I'm like, so basically. Yeah, I agreed to go with my mom somewhere tomorrow, my mom and dad somewhere tomorrow, and today. But it's like, yeah, I totally forgot. So, anyways, I'm gonna be leaving in a bit, but I'll keep me posted. All right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Merry Christmas.
You too.
So, so we were discussing what were we discussing, Albania man.
I'm not sure. Maybe the whole. To be honest, I'm not really sure. I kind of lost track.
We were discussing the 3 major.
The
competitive
female competition.
Yeah. So I guess like where the competition is like good for people, women and men, I guess. And I guess we also see here like women and men competing against each other as well, because Shinji, or rather Asuka, sees Shinji as competition. Whereas, but there's also like some. So Shinji is obviously attracted to Asuka, but I feel like Asuka is also a little bit attracted to Shinji as well, maybe.
What do you mean a little bit attracted? She's completely interested in him. She just can't. She just can't, be herself around him. She has put on this kind of strange act. By the way, I just remembered something. So this is kind of an aside. Sorry to derail the discussion even more, but I actually played that PlayStation game called Girlfriend of Steel, and Asuka actually has like several, backup boyfriends in that game. And it's kind of like, and the relationship status between Shinji and Asuka is like more like natural, where like he kind of like knows that she's like playing these fucking games, so so that he could like feel jealousy to such an extent that he would become her boyfriend officially.
Yeah, I mean, in the we have to like remember that in the instrumentality project, which happens in the TV series, in the last episode of the TV series, where you have this like rom-com version of the characters, and Asuka is like Shinji's childhood friend or whatever. Like, she comes to wake up Shinji to go to
Yeah, yeah,
school. It's not only like Shinji's subconscious that we are seeing. We are also seeing like it's also affected by other characters as well, like Asuka. And I guess even though I need to reconsider the rebuilds, it's kind of they don't, in the rebuilds at least, where we get, which is supposed to like give closure to like the relationships from the TV series. At least to me, that's what the goal of the rebuild seems. Shinji and Asuka do not end up together, but Asuka kind of admits that, yeah, she had a thing for Shinji. I mean, going back to the competitiveness thing, do you think that the reason why Asuka is unable to like admit that she likes Shinji, I mean, do you think it's because she sees him as competition, or or is it just because he wants him to be assertive, and he's not seeing her as it's not is it like pissing her off that he's not even seeing her as competition?
Well, that's an interesting way to formulate the sentence, because honestly, Shinji doesn't really care to be impressed by the fact that she is so impressive, but he doesn't care. Like the reason why he doesn't care is not because he feels she's beneath him or anything like that, but he just genuinely doesn't like want to concern himself with with this fact. Like it will just consume energy, and he's a very reserved guy. He doesn't want to like waste energy for no reason.
So another thing which the book says is that basically the superiority complex is like an evolved version of the inferiority complex, which I guess you can see it pretty clearly with Asuka's character in some ways, unfortunately. Although, I mean, you could argue that whereas Shinji has more like just a inferiority complex, basically, where he feels worthless. Okay.
Yes, he feels undeserving of love, whereas Asuka believes he is deserving of giving his love to her.
Yeah. So this book came out in 2010, and apparently it was a big deal in Japan. It sold millions of copies, mostly in the East, basically in the Far East, in China, Japan, and Korea. So I feel like because of that, it's sort of like, even if it's from Adler, who was an Austrian a Jew, just like Freud was. So maybe that's kind of Eastern as well in a way. Austria is already kind of in the East, if you ask some people. But so you kind of get kind of collectivist kind of point of view. So maybe that's why they're kind of against competition. Adler himself, I think, for a while he was socialist, but then he saw what happened in Russia, and he didn't like the way that the Soviet Union turned out, apparently, and that's why he kind of turned to psychology. So given that this became like a big deal in 2010 when it was released, I doubt that this book or Adler's ideas affected directly Eva in any way. But as we discussed earlier, Adler was part of the same group. He was one of the first to join Freud's group, and apparently he was also one of the first to leave as well, due to disagreements about trauma, or rather because he didn't agree with the psychosexual stuff which Freud talked about it. So I think they were Freud and Adler were about the same age, and the book tries to make like and not just the book. I've also seen like other advocates of Adler try to make a big deal about how like Adler didn't see himself as a disciple of Freud, and that his ideas were different, and that he's basically like the less popular one in the trio of Freud, Jung, and I mean most people think of them as a duo, and anyway, but but it seems that like some of the ideas have like kind of spread through cultural osmosis as well. For example, the author of How to Influence Others and Make Friends, that famous self-help book, was apparently affected by this, by Adler. But yeah, I've gone on kind of a tangent, but I wanted like to get some information out on Adler at some point in the discussion. But I think that maybe like the anti-competitiveness part, which is highlighted in this book, might be because because that's more of an Eastern way of looking at things, and also I can't remember if it's in this book or the sequel, but the youth has, I think it's in this book, yeah, the youth has a problem with the fact that the philosophy describes Adler's psychology as an individual psychology, as opposed to, I guess, a collective one like Jung's would be. And but what they mean by individual psychology, actually, the philosopher explains, it just means that Adler believed, in opposition to Freud, that the individual cannot be divided into like the id, the superego, and the ego. Like you can't divide the individual into different parts. Whereas I think I'm not that well informed about Jung, but I think he people like him might divide, I don't know, the individual between like the female and the male uh, part of an individual. But apparently Adler was kind of against those kinds of ideas. Kind of gone on a tangent. We haven't talked much about Ray's character, and to be honest, I couldn't make a lot of connections between what I read in this book and I guess Ray's character, because I feel like Ray's character may be more connected towards like the Freudian stuff with the Oedipal complex. And by the way, earlier you mentioned penis envy, and basically what I understand is that like penis envy and the Oedipal complex, according to Freud, were like they happen like at the same age for men and women. So they're like, so the Oedipal complex is like the male version of the penis envy, and penis envy is like the
Are you sure about that?
because the reason why I say that, it's because like the root of the penis envy, from what I've heard, seems to be the idea that the daughter also so she ends up wanting to sleep with the father, which is similar to the idea that obviously in the more well-known idea that in the Oedipal complex, that the son wants to sleep with the mother. And basically the idea is that the male child will seek the affection of the female parent and look towards and the female of the male parent. But to be honest, my knowledge of this psychology stuff is kind of cursory. Which is why I hope that someone who knows more about it had shown up today. But yeah. Ray's character. Yeah, there's three different Rays. So there's the first Ray, which gets killed by Ritsuko. Gets strangled by.
There's technically four if we consider the spectral ray that appears mostly in End of Evangelion.
Yeah, the quantum physics ray, I guess.
Yeah, that's a very strange being. I couldn't quite understand what the purpose of the character was, but it must be very important, because if you like look at the work material that has been published regarding the movie, she's like front and center. Like I think she's even on the cover of one of the published works. And she's like, she obviously represents something, but I have honestly I can't tell you what she's supposed to represent.
I can't remember like if Eva came after or before Serial Experiments Lane.
Oh, I think TEL is like late 90s, whereas Eva is like mid 90s.
So Eva came first. Okay. So
yeah, I think Lane is 1998.
And Eva is 995, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think the way that I viewed that spectral Eva, I mean spectral Ray or whatever, is that she's kind of like Lane or whatever. she like exists like throughout. She can exist like throughout all the time. Kind of like Lane, basically. And she's always going to be around. But yeah, we don't really know what that Ray really thinks, unlike the other ones. So, but I think the reason why I refer to them as Ray 1, Ray 2, and Ray 3 is because I think there's a few episodes which are basically called Ray 1, or at least there's some title cards, because the show likes use title cards where like they talk about Ray 1, Ray 2, and Ray 3. And the first Ray, in any case, is the one which gets strangled by Ritsuko. The second one is the one which gets killed by I can't remember the name of the angels, but she gets killed by an angel halfway through, and like she has like some character, the one which has most character development. And then there's the final Ray.
Gets impregnated and then she explodes.
Yeah, basically. That's the imagery that they were going for. It can't be denied. Yeah, and then there's the final Ray, the one which sets off instrumentality. And I guess maybe like I kind of felt like that there was a missing link between Ray 2 and Ray 3, because it makes sense that Ray 2 started like to care about Shinji and whatever, and yeah, started to care about Shinji, and rejected. Started to care about more about Shinji than Gendo, because Shinji also saves Ray 2, just like Gendo does. But at the end, even though they haven't spoken much, the last Ray chooses the last Ray clone chooses Shinji over Gendo. So that kind of implies that they can somehow like share memories, even though they're clones. Yeah, and also, given that we're talking about this Freudian stuff, the first Ray, the reason why Ritsuko's mom ends up killing her is because she ends up being jealous towards Ray, and Ray basically calls her an old hag, and claims that that is what Gendo calls her behind her back. But so given that we're talking about the Freudian stuff, like maybe the reason why, maybe like it's like that the first Ray saw like Ritsuko's mother as competition for Gendo's affection as well, but it's not clear. But because you don't see like Ray acting like in a malicious way after that, really, at all, except in her first iteration when like she's just a kid. And also Ray, I think I'm not sure whether they actually make it clear, but she's kind of a clone of we know that she has Lilith's soul in her,
but it is a partial a part of a part of her soul, of its soul, I guess.
Yeah, but she looks like Yui, which kind of implies that she's like a clone of Yui with Lilith's soul, or at least that's what I thought. That's the only explanation which would make sense as to why she looks like, uh, um, Yui with a different hairstyle.
Oh, it's the same hairstyle. It's like a different color
Color. Sorry.
because she's like an albino for being bred in a laboratory.
Yeah, yeah. She's also like yeah, I guess a kudere character, which to her does apply. Like you, uh, I guess the other kudere character which I always think about when I'm thinking about kudere characters is
That's
can't
like
remember
something like
Rui.
a character archetype or
Yeah. Yes, it's an archetype. It's a silent girl, which slowly becomes like starts to learn about emotions and whatever. Think of Yui Nagato from
from
Melancholy
the
of Arus.
melancholy. Yeah,
Yeah, there's also the girl from Nadesico, I think, as well, maybe. The little girl from Nadesico, Rui, I think her name was. I can't remember now. She used to be popular, apparently, in Japan.
Is that like the white-haired girl?
Yeah, the white-haired girl. Again, white hair is another giveaway, but it doesn't. It's not all.
Yeah,
You also,
yeah.
yeah, you sometimes get characters without white hair, which are like that. Yeah. So, I mean, it has kind of died down, but the people used to discuss about like I think it died because of the rebuilds, but people used to talk about like about who's best girl between between these mentally broken characters of Asuka and Rei, and there seemed to be like a divide between West and East, where like uh, Rei's character is more popular in the East, in Japan, basically, whereas Asuka's character seems to be more popular in the West. And also, just like Rei gets labeled as a kudere, Asuka gets labeled as a tsundere. Do we can either of you like explain what a tsundere is?
Well, the best way to describe a tsundere is just someone that, on the outside of you, in some cases, acts, for, if you want to use the term, bitchy on the outside, but on the inside, it's just, they secretly care about you if you go underneath the surface.
So, do you think that Asuka's characters actually fits that mold, though?
Oh, in a certain extent, yes. But I would say, unlike the classic tsundere, she's a lot more, I guess, developed, and it's more of a realistic take, honestly.
I mean, have you guys like met any people like any of the characters? I guess.
I guess Misato probably. Asuka, I don't know about any women's more of a man thing, if I'm gonna be honest.
I can't say I've met any people that are like the characters in Evangelion, but it is interesting to note that in the very end of Evangelion, the scene where Asuka does show very strong compassion towards Shinji by touching him gently as he is choking her, is actually taken from a real life event that happened to one of the friends of the people who worked on the movie.
Really?
So I guess I guess these I guess maybe I mean I'm not exactly sure what you mean to ask with this question, but I guess that in certain circumstances these archetypes do somehow project themselves into the real world. If that's even indicative or evidence of anything.
No, I mean, because I mean, I thought that Albanian man said that he thought that they were more realistic than this. That Asuka at least was more realistic than the the average tsundere, even though we don't see them anymore. um, so yes, that's why I asked if they're more realistic. So you would see whether you have met them. Whether they'd say,
I mean, I guess the way she goes about presenting herself to Shinji, both in in her intellect, in her clothing, in her mannerisms, in her emotions, is, I guess, somewhat authentic to real life. Some women do, want to appear a certain way, in this way, I guess, to their crush. If that's what you mean, because unfortunately, I can only analyze Asuka in terms of her relationship with Shinji. I haven't really thought about Asuka in terms of her relationship with her mother, which she simultaneously despises and loves. Because after all, in End of Evangelion, her finest moment is thanks to her recognizing the presence of her mother in Eva Unit 002 and recognizing her love for her, which gives her strength to, well, not defeat, but battle against the mass-produced Evas.
yeah, yeah.
I have no idea if that's I have no idea what Adler has to say about that. I guess I've noticed that there's a section on recognition between the philosopher and the youth in the book, The Courage to be Disliked. Asuka deeply wants to be recognized for her accomplishments, for her abilities, her intellect, her prowess. And Shinji doesn't appear to really care about being recognized, apart from gaining confidence in order to do more things, to gain more confidence, to gain appraisal by other people. I mean, I guess in that way they are very similar. Although Asuka expects praise by default, so she is seeking something deeper than appraisal.
Yeah, I think Adler talks about something called community feeling. Um, Yeah, it's been a while since I read that. I didn't since I read that part of the book, so I can't remember it clearly. But I
Well,
did,
the section is do not live to satisfy the expectations of others, and it actually begins in the previous chapter from uh, from from page 80, I think, and starts with the philosopher saying, "When you decided which university you would go to in line with your parents' wishes, what sort of emotion did you feel with regard to your parents?" And the youth says, "It's complicated. I did have feelings of resentment, but on the other hand, there was also the sense of relief too. You know, that I could get them to recognize me if I went to that school." You could get them to recognize you? Come on, let's stop the runabout leading questions. I'm sure you know what I'm referring to. It's the so-called desire for recognition. It is interpersonal relationship problems in a nutshell. We human beings live in a constant need of recognition from others. It is precisely because the other person is not an abhorrent enemy that one wants recognition from him, isn't it? So yes, that's right. I wanted to be recognized by my parents. I see, says the philosopher. Let's talk about one of the major premises of Adlerian psychology regarding this matter. Adlerian psychology denies the need to seek recognition from others. It denies the desire for recognition. There is no need to be recognized by others. Actually, one must not seek recognition. This point cannot be overstated. No way! Isn't desire for recognition a truly universal desire that motivates all human beings? Etc., etc. And I haven't read the section in full, uh, but it starts with it basically posits the question: Why does one want to be praised by others?
so the next question section.
Yeah, I have no idea if the PDF file that I illegally downloaded for sure is has like the accurate page numbers
Yeah,
in the paperback.
I've got the book. I literally just came across this like randomly at while I was waiting at an airport, basically. And then I don't know. I kind of made some connections in my mind to Ava, whether those connections are there or not. um, yeah. Again, though, like you must not seek recognition. Um, but I don't remember like if it's right here, but I think he discusses later on how like people want a feeling of belonging into some community or something, basically, which is kind of an obvious point. But um, again, like I don't think you can like get rid of like your desire for wanting to live up to like other people's expectations entirely. Really.
Well, the philosopher says that you don't have to satisfy other people's other the expectations of other people's. It is not necessary, whatever that means.
Yeah, but the expectations are kind of like going to be there, like even if you're like going like openly like against against him. um yeah.
Very curiously, she gives an example from a peculiar region from the Middle East. As I'm not sure. Okay, philosopher says in the teachings of Judaism, one finds a view that goes something like this: if you are not living your life for yourself, then who is going to live it for you? You are living only your own life. When it comes to who you are living it for, of course, it is you. And then, if you are not living your life for yourself, who could there be to live it instead of you? Ultimately, we live thinking about I. There is no reason that we must not think that way, which kind of sounds almost objectivist in thinking. And I'm not sure if Adler has anything to do with, Ayn Randian philosophy.
Yeah, I kind of felt the same while reading this, because I was actually listening before I read this book. I listened to like a bunch of lectures by a guy called Leonid Peikov on objectivism. But I don't think I think the difference is that I don't think like the objectivists believe that like humans have any need for like community, innate need for community. And so in the sequel to this book, I don't like he basically says that you should like love your neighbor and see, and even in this book he says that you should see them as your comrade, which which is not that objectivisty, I guess. Yeah, I think if we do go and talk about the second book, it might be interesting to look at how it compares to, because the objectivists have their own ideas about the formation of the self, basically, which basically they believe that the standard that the standard for values is life, or the life of the from your own perspective, from your own life, and like values like become an issue. Values only exist if you like choose to live, and but they think more of it like in terms of like material needs, like so that basically human beings have the capability of reasoning for the sake of ensuring their survival by using their rational ability to manipulate the natural world according to their will. But other people don't play a part in this. And also objectivists believe in something called the primacy of reality over the primacy of consciousness. So the way that they define primacy of consciousness as a bad thing, basically, is that the idea that like because the idea that like your beliefs affect reality, like so I don't think that they would accept, for example, this Adlerian idea that they have that
That the world as this exists regardless of our conscious perceptions of it.
Yeah, that's what they believe. Whereas in contrast, the adherents would say something like what matters is more like the meaning that we give to the world and our experiences. That's why this Adler guy doesn't believe that trauma matters, because he thinks that you can just give it a different meaning.
Oh, that's very interesting.
I
wish I had read. I wish I had read something now. I'm sorry that I'm kind of failing this discussion.
No, it's fine. But again, this connects to like what does it connect to what what's his name now?
But doesn't like the universe in Evangelion like exist regardless of humans who are just another type of angel anyway?
I think did we discuss Sekai K last time?
Sekake, that's like it's like a story variant or something. Like
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
not a plot device. What do you call it? That's like a narrative theming, or I don't know what's it called.
So it's basically K means like um, Sekai means world, but the reason why the Sekai here comes from Eva basically because so it's basically stories like Eva, um, um, and so according to TV tropes, I know the reliable source. It starts with. Let me just grab a screenshot, then I can just put that on screen. But the idea is basically that like the relationships between the characters is what determine what the characters think, think of each other, determine what will happen in the world. Okay. Because like in this case, like the fate of the world basically depends on what Shinji thinks basically. Is this the right one? I hope it is.
Well, so if Shinji was feeling more like an incel, he would have like ended the world. But thankfully, he did not. So the world continued to exist. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. So that would be like what the objectivists call as primacy of consciousness. Because what like what you feel about the world affecting determining what the world is. Whereas the objectivists believe that no, reality is just objective. It is what it is. First, I think there is this quote. I think it's a David Hume quote or whatever, which or some other philosopher, I can't remember, which the objectivist guy likes to use, which went something like, reality first needs to be obeyed first in order to be controlled or something. So thinking doesn't make it so basically. Whereas in this Sekai stories, like the fate of the world depends on a relationship or what the characters feel about themselves or each other. Usually, like a love relationship. And in this case, like it would be like the relationship between. It's kind of implied between Shinji and the women, which is why like when he's been like mentally tormented at the start of instrumentality.
It's like having sex with three of them at the same time.
Yeah, and also like you hear him like getting rejected by those women, and that's when like he momentarily decides, fuck it, I have had enough.
The whole universe has fallen. Billions must become one consciousness.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so the screenshot is from TB Tropes, and it kind of explains how it kind of goes. So, so the story starts with a normal, regular life. Then the character becomes aware of a profound danger to the world at large. Said character meets another character who is also aware of the incoming apocalypse and may strive to prevent. I think, yeah, we talked about this when we were talking about Haruhi Suzumiya, because there as well you have like a primacy of consciousness kind of thing. The structure of the world changes depending on whatever like Haruhi feels like. And yeah, I guess maybe Lane is
Although in
also
the
like,
movie, I guess you have like a primacy of existence because what's her name, like makes the world so that Haruhi doesn't like activate her powers.
yeah, Nagato, yeah,
Yeah,
and
Nagato.
yeah, but still then it becomes like it's still Kion's choice then.
Yeah.
What the nature. So basically, like the objectivists think that this is just escapism. Um, but I don't know. That's what they think. But I feel like they don't have. They kind of don't have much to say about like the way to conduct interpersonal relationships at all. The objectivists. So, um, like what would an objectivist like say to fucking Shinji, or the characters here?
I'm guessing for Shinji would probably just go, quit being whiny, do something with your life, you fucking pussy, or something like that.
Deal with it. Just fucking deal with it.
Just do it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that they would teach him like fucking free market economics.
You see, Shinji, part of your problems is you haven't really started your own business. You haven't learned economics.
Yeah, you need to like I don't know, privatize nerve or something.
Listen here, Shinji. Your father works for the government. That makes you a fucking nepo baby. The reason why you, yeah.
Everyone should get their own, like, be able to, billionaires should be able to buy their own Avas, basically, and be able to start that impact. Yeah.
A person should have the power to end the world so long as he chooses to. It's his choice to enact or not. Or something. I don't fucking know.
I mean, I mean, just like Adler was kind of, well, from what I've heard anyway, was kind of reacting to the Soviet Union being a failure and like turned into psychology. Aran's stuff kind of feels like a reaction to the Soviet Union being a failure, and in some ways, but given that the people are, it's kind of like receding into the past, and it's become less relevant. I think that's why that objectivist philosophy has become less appealing. As for Adler, like I feel like these ideas like are everywhere, but kind of diffused. Another interesting thing which he talks about in the book, which I'm not sure whether it's totally relevant here, given that like the children, the first child, second child, third child, or whatever, they don't have any siblings. But one of the ideas which Adler had was about how depending on if you're like born as the first or the second or the third child and so on, in a family, then like you will have like a different mentality, and probabilistically, like it's not deterministic, because Adler like is against determinism. He's kind of against cause and effect in a way, or rather he thinks that like the goals that people have are the cause of what they're feeling, rather than those feelings being caused by events. But if you were like to apply such as, if you like to consider maybe the children as kind of like siblings, you might be able to apply some of those things which he said about, like, for example, he argued that the first sibling, the first child, would be like more conservative and like obey authority, and maybe that's kind of like what array is. The second child would be more rebellious, and want to prove that they are better than the first child, like to usurp the first child's position. And you can kind of see that maybe is Asuka the second child? I think she is.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, and the third child is it can either be like coddled or like kind of because or ignored, and the third child is kind of ignored, Shinji. So yeah, if you consider, I don't know, the children to be like but obviously, like what Adler was talking about, like was like in a family setting, and they also in an only child setting. I think he argued that in that case, like the competition would not be between the parents and the child, but between like the only child and the parents. Like the only child would like want to be like above the parents, or at their level. Yeah, but yeah, he doesn't argue that these are like ironclad rules, and in any case, most of the characters here are like basically orphans. um,
As is typical of anime.
yeah. Why do you think that is, though?
Well, I guess the most obvious would be the lack of parental figures in the lives of the Japanese children. Not that they don't have parents, but for some reason they don't actually have like an active role in their children's upbringing.
I
I don't
mean,
know to what extent. I mean, I guess the other would be it's easier to, have people impose themselves on a character or like identify with the character if it's like a blank slate. It also like
yeah,
go ahead.
yeah, I mean, I think maybe like it's a cheap point, but I think that it's what Snob said, is that like it automatically like creates sympathy towards the characters because they're already victims, so you feel for them. Also,
yeah, probably. Sometimes I guess it could be used. Yeah. Although we know that even though like Shinji, while not technically an orphan, he had like a parental figure looking after him. His sensei, Asuka.
Hello. Yeah, Asuka. Asuka has like a second family. Bref, by the way, we can't hear you unless something came up. If something came up, let us know, like in the comments.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh yeah, his mom. Okay. Yeah, fine. What was the last thing I said?
About why, well, you were mentioning why everyone's an orphan, and Snob mentioned something about sympathy, and I don't remember what Riff said. Maybe
Oh
they
yeah, about the characters being orphaned because it creates sympathy. I also feel like it's also like a easy way to like get the parents out of the way because they are not the main characters, to be honest. In a lot of stories.
Well, and it's also the fact that, well, during the 90s, the old, like, rise of the otaku generation, I guess it's just a way to comment that, it's the lost, kind of the lost generation, if I understand it correctly.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, one of the things from the book again, an interesting point if I could find it. So I have to rely on my unreliable memory instead. But when they were talking about like psychology, how like how you should treat a child basically, and the philosopher was saying that you should not treat a child as a child or as an adult, but you should treat them as a human being. Which was kind of vague, but I kind of get the idea that like what they were going for is that like a lot of parents will not take what their children are saying seriously. And so maybe that's why the parent characters don't usually play a big role, but in this case they do play a big role, but they kind of ignore what their children are thinking for the most part. I mean, you could say that Gendo is like a pretty iconic father character in anime. Yeah, even if he's not the best father. Yeah, I mean, I feel like rewatching it this time, I kind of felt a little bit more sympathetic towards Gendo. A little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't make notes on the whole book, so I think I might have just run out of notes which I've made. Is there any point from the book that you would like to bring up, Benjamin?
Considering I haven't finished the book, I don't know if there's any other point. I think I think what we talked about kind of falls in line with general train of thought, so I'm not really sure.
Actually, I have probably something. Well, I don't really have anything to add more to the discussion, but like an earlier point, at an earlier point in the discussion, it was mentioned how uh, one of the angels like consumed Shinji while he was in the Eva, and that happened um, a bit after he was praised by Misato for doing synchronizing very well and doing very well in the Eva as a pilot. And then he says something like, "Well, I'm a man, aren't I?" I don't fucking know what he says exactly. And there's a section here in the book that's called "Do Not Rebuke or Praise." Does this section have anything to do with Evangelion? I haven't managed to read through it. I was just looking through the pages. Do not rebuke or praise. This is like page 124 or something. The youth says it's better to raise by praising, of course. Why? Asks the philosopher. Take animal training, for example. When teaching animals to do tricks, you can make them obey with a whip. This is the typical raising by rebuke way. On the other hand, it's also possible to get animals to learn tricks by holding up rewards of food or saying kind words. This is raising by praise. Both ways can lead to the same results. They learn new tricks, but the motivation for moving toward the objective is completely different if the animal is doing it because it will be rebuked or doing it because it wants to be praised. In the latter instance, it would come with a feeling of joy. Rebuke only makes the animal wither, but raising with praise naturally allows it to grow strong and healthy. This seems like an obvious conclusion, says the youth. The philosopher. Animal training is an interesting example. Now let's look at this from the standpoint of Adlerian psychology. In Adlerian psychology, we take the stance that in child rearing and in all other forms of communication with other people, one must not praise. One must not praise, asks the youth. Physical punishment is out of the question, of course, and rebuking is not accepted either. One must not praise and one must not rebuke. That is the standpoint of Adlerian psychology. But how is that even possible? Consider the reality Consider the reality of the act of praise. For example, suppose I praise the statement you made by saying, "Good job." Wouldn't hearing those words seem strange somehow? Yes, I guess it would put me in an unpleasant mood. Can you explain why it would feel unpleasant? What's unpleasant is the feeling that from what's unpleasant is the feeling that from the words "good job" one is being talked down to. Exactly. In the act of praise, there is the aspect of it being the passing of judgment by a person of ability on a person of no ability. A mother praises her child who has helped her prepare dinner, saying, "You're such a good helper." Or when her husband does the same things, you can be sure she won't be telling him, "You're such a good helper." So how does this example of uh, child wearing apply to Evangelion? I guess they're not really children in Evangelion, though. They're called children, but they're more like late
Adolescent.
adolescents. Yes.
Yeah. I think, I mean, it applies like the good job comment. It literally like applies to like when Gendo like says like Shinji, you good job, Shinji, and Shinji like keeps on holding on to that for as long as he can, and
Yes,
like
even though it's like an almost dismissive appraisal, only so to get the job done of praising in order to do more work in the future.
yeah, yeah, and as you said, like it by praising people, I can I perfectly it's a good thing that you brought it up because like that was actually a good section from the book. Um, but I don't feel like he provides like a clear alternative to encouragement or to praise and um, what's the opposite of praise now? Um,
I guess it will be rebuke, as it says in
yeah,
the title of the chapter.
Yeah,
exactly.
rebuke scold.
Scold. They don't really provide like a good. I perfectly agree with what they're saying. Like even when like I don't know someone on the server like posts something like that they have worked on, I kind of hesitate to say like good job or whatever because it can come off as like condescending. Like you're saying it from you're just judging them from like a higher perspective. Or maybe I'm just thinking too much about it. But um, yeah, and in Eva, like they talk about how like in a few times like in those like therapy sessions, yes, how like you can't really like make a rosary out of like all of the the few good experiences that you have had and like use that as a cope, um basically. And the quote unquote good experiences are like the few times when when he gets praised. And I think like the point which he kind of tries to make is that if it's only like if you're only doing something because you're getting praised or rebuked for it, then like the moment that you stop getting praised or rebuked, like you will just stop doing anything because you don't really have a reason to do it. um and I've like I kind of yeah, I kind of feel like that's true. Um like you need to have your own reasons for doing things. But but the problem is like, what do you do when like you are like the adult? Then like what should like when you like I guess from the perspective of like the older characters like Misato and whatever else, like if they can't like praise Shinji, but they and Asuka whatever, but they can't like rebuke them either. I mean, like the few times that they praise Shinji, it also goes to his head as well. Um,
Oh, he doesn't know
but
how to deal with praise. And I actually don't think like Misato even rebukes or praises Asuka in any point in the anime. Even when Asuka is having a mental breakdown, and it would be probably a good idea for Misato to, comfort her somehow. She just like stays in her own room, typing on her laptop.
yeah, but I don't think that Asuka wants to speak with Misato at all, because um, she's kind of angry that Misato is you know went out with Kaji basically.
Yeah,
So after that happened, their relationship kind of went to shit.
yeah,
Uh, but again, so I think the alternative which Adler provides for rebuke and praise is encouragement, which like sounded really vague to me. Um, let me see if I can find what the definition of encouragement was. Yeah, fuck it. Let me just Google it because I can't find it in the book. So what was it? Adler encouragement definition. I can't find a good definition. Yeah, it sounds really big. Maybe I'll just have to use AI to tell it to me in a way that I can understand. Sorry about the typing. I hope it's not too annoying. So encouragement is the process of helping a person feel capable, valued, and connected even when they struggle and make mistakes. Adler believed all humans experience feelings of inferiority. Mental health depends on how we respond to those feelings. Encouragement is the antidote to inferiority. So focus on effort, not outcome. Promotes courage, not confidence, because confidence depends on success. Courage also allows action despite fear or failure. Encouragement helps people feel they belong and matter to others. Um, it separates worth from performance and uses the need for superiority. I don't know. It feels like Adler is like dancing on a needle here. To be honest, it's because I don't know. Does that sound like it's different from praise to you?
I couldn't really understand what the AI was trying to say.
Okay, let me find.
Maybe I'm retarded, but
Yeah, I kind
yeah.
of. No, it's fine. There was one definition here. So because they talked about it at the start of the book, and then again, and they said that they would talk about it again, but I should have stayed up last night a little bit longer. Did you? What about you, Albania man? Did you get to the point where they talked about encouragement at all?
No. No, I think that's probably very in the ending of the book, the very late section. I haven't got to there.
Yeah. So on page 47, so kind of early in the book, they kind of mention it a bit, but then they really should have like included an index or something in this book. That would have been really useful. So what they say is that first you need to get the person to accept myself now, and then regardless of the outcome, have the courage to step forward. In Adlerian psychology, this kind of approach is called encouragement. Yeah, so that's and then they say that we'll talk about the rest later, which I can't remember now what the rest was about. Okay. I mean, do you guys think that the characters would have done better with more praise or less, or wouldn't it have really mattered?
I think it wouldn't really matter considering, like, let's say for instance, Shinji gets more praise. I don't think it would change much if I'm going to be honest, because he's already convinced himself at his point that he's entirely useless, regardless of praise and scolding. I think it's more of. I think the only way they can change is if they become more prideful. If that makes any sense.
Well, I don't think that Shinji really considers himself that worthless. He does know that he is a valuable asset, and he does try to leverage that somehow. But he doesn't really know how to do it. So he gets scolded by Misato at one point, and that's when he decides to leave Nerve. Although he doesn't really want to leave. The philosopher in the book talks about, in the same section, about vertical and horizontal relationships. I guess almost all of the relationships in Evangelion are vertical, except those between child and mother, and between Shinji and his friends, specifically Toji and Kensuke, I think is the other guy's name. Kensuke. Am I even pronouncing it correctly?
Kensuke.
Kensuke.
I'm maybe not. I'm also getting confused.
Yeah, don't ask me. I don't know about Japanese phonology.
Because, well, I mean, Toji doesn't really rebuke Shinji, although he does have like a weird way of showing his, his appreciation for him, especially in the beginning, when he like punches him in order like to prove something. I have no idea what. And Kinusuke, well, Kinusuke is kind of a weird case. He does stick up for Shinji, even when like the government men come to get him. But at the same time, he is kind of like a friend to Shinji because he desperately wants to be a chosen pilot. So he sees his worth as something to aspire to becoming an asset. Shinji doesn't want to be just an asset, He wants to be a person.
Sorry, could you repeat the last point you made?
Well, I'm trying to compare like Kinusuke and Shinji's like aspirational goals. And Kinusuke wants to be like a pilot. And I have a feeling that that's one of the reasons why he is even a friend with Shinji. It's because he might have some belief that through him he could gain a position at Nerve that will make him a useful asset to Nerve. And whereas Shinji doesn't really care about, well, I mean, he does care to some extent that, but he wants to be a person first and foremost.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Kensuke, he's kind of a chill military otaku. And yeah, he wants a Wayne. I mean, he literally like begs Misato. Maybe he's just naive, but it's also true that like some people go to the military and they like it as well. So not everyone hates it, but it's true that he doesn't know like what it's like piloting an Eva.
Well, he actually had not a first-hand experience, but as close to a first-hand experience a civilian could possibly have, and that's by watching Shinji pilot the Eva inside the cockpit. So even when he saw how much in pain Shinji was, he still coveted his position. It's kind of weird to think, but to some people, Shinji's lot in life is envious. I should probably stop saying but
who do you say that he's envious?
I'm saying that Shinji's like lot in life isn't entirely pitiful, and some people actually are envious of Shinji.
Yeah. I mean, they're also kind of envious that he gets to spend time with Misato. And when they're in school, like they get some Asuka and Shinji like get teased of as being a couple, which could be interpreted as kind of envy by classmates, maybe.
Which is a very immature perception, which probably means that they would have taken up the offer had they been in Shinji's place when Misato was very distressed and wanted to be comforted by an inexperienced male.
Yeah, I actually found the section on encouragement. It's like right after right after the section we talked about earlier. I think it's on page 183. It's called the encouragement approach. I thought I might as well just read it, if you don't mind. So the philosopher says, as you may recall from our discussion on the separation of tasks, I brought up the subject of intervention. This is the act of intruding on another people's tasks. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about the separation of tasks, but I'll keep on reading. So why does a person intervene? Here too, in the background, vertical relationships are at play. Is it precisely because one perceives interpersonal relationships as vertical and sees the other party as beneath one that one intervenes? Through intervention, one tries to lead the other party in the desired direction. One has convinced oneself that one is right and that the other party is wrong. Of course, the intervention here is manipulation, pure and simple. Parents commanding a child to study is a typical example of this. They might be acting out of the best of intentions from their points of view. But when it comes down to it, the parents are intruding and attempting to manipulate the child to go in their desired direction. I mean, in that sense, I mean, if you take this non-intervention kind of point of view, it kind of feels like Misato and the others did nothing wrong by not trying to intervene too much. And I mean, to be fair, they did tell Shinji that if he did like have the chance to leave, maybe they didn't put it very kindly, but he wasn't like literally forced to pilot the Eva.
Well, that's kind of an disingenuous, attempt at manipulation, because where will he go? What purpose will he have in life? His only other living relative, as much as the audience knows, is in Tokyo 3.
I mean,
why wouldn't he stay at NERV? They basically put him in such a position where he will have to question himself entirely. Where I guess I guess I can't really form the necessary sentences to prove my point, but I guess my general statement is that while he was not, it was not necessary of him to become a member of NERV, every coercion leads to him becoming a member of NERV, Like, why wouldn't he want to be a member?
But like, I feel like, is it like their job, like to give him a purpose?
Well, they're basically a part of the government and part of a supranational organization that concerns itself with the ultimate purpose of humanity. And yes, it is definitely their job to give him a purpose. Who else? They've taken it upon themselves. Obviously, they don't really care about free will. That you can't. The idea that they actually take at serious value the proposition that Shinji will give up, that's like preposterous. They will always look after him, no matter if he's like a member, a direct member, or by proxy.
So you think that they would have actually allowed him to leave if
Absolutely.
he won't? Do you agree with that, Albania man? That they, like, when Shinji leaves a few times, they give him the option, but he still returns out of his own choice. But you think they still wouldn't have really let him leave? No.
I would say yes to that, considering the fact that, well, Shindy and the rest of the pilots were basically essential for committing their, collective unconscious, make everyone into one being type deal.
Okay. I'll I'll keep on the reading. The youth says, if one can build horizontal relationships, will that intervention disappear? The philosopher says, yes, it will. The youth replies, well, it's one thing if you are just talking about a child's studies, but when someone's suffering right there in front of you, you can't just leave them be, can you? Would you still say that lending a helping hand is intervention and then do nothing? The philosopher says, one must not let it go unnoticed. It is necessary to offer assistance when that does not turn into intervention. The youth says, what is the difference between intervention and assistance? The philosopher says, think back to our discussion of the separation of tasks, the subject of a child's schoolwork. As I stated then, this is a task that the child has to resolve himself, not something that parents or teachers can do for him. So, intervention is this kind of intruding on other people's tasks and directing them by saying things like, you have to study or get into that university. Whereas assistance,
Get
on the
into
other,
that university, Shinji.
yeah, I mean that's basically like yes, yeah. Whereas assistance, on the other hand, presupposes the separation of tasks and also horizontal relationships. Having understood that studying is the child's task, one considers what one can do for him. Concretely speaking, instead of commanding from above that the child must study, one acts on him in such a way that he can gain confidence to take the care of his own studies and face his own tasks on his own. Youth, the youth says, and that action isn't forced? The philosopher replies, no, it's not. Without forcing, and with the tasks always kept separate, one assists the child to resolve them by his own efforts. It's the approach of, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. He is the one who has to face his tasks, and he is the one who makes the resolution. Um, the youth replies, so you neither praise nor rebuke? The philosopher replies, that's right, one neither praises nor rebukes. This kind of assistance, which is based on horizontal relationships, is referred to in Adlerian psychology as encouragement. I kind of felt like this was kind of idealistic. Um, I mean, you do hear like in right-wing spaces quite often that like, oh, we should like bring back physical punishments in school and whatnot. That's why like boys are falling behind. They need to be disciplined, but no, you can't because you have a bunch of soft female teachers um, and whatnot. Um, I mean, what do you think? Do you think that here, like Adler is being like idealistic, that like you can just not force children to take the right actions and they will take them anyway?
That I disagree with because, well, you still need some discipline. Maybe not necessarily a beating per se, but you still need you need some sort of guideline. Otherwise, children might run amok, and if that's the case, then we would need laws, for instance.
What do you think, Pref?
Well, I couldn't quite grasp if this is anti-correction correction methods or if like say for example, a child goes a wrong way. Um, his parents aren't doing a good job. What type of method would be best to lead him back to society in which he will not be a menace to others and he will not feel slanted by the other people? Um, I really don't understand how this could happen just by establishing a horizontal relationship, which I guess this would mean explaining and expecting of the child the um, in the same manner which you expect and explain things to an adult. I mean, I guess this isn't quite impossible, but I don't really understand it.
Hmm. Um, let's say.
I myself have always been like talked down by my parents, and they never really explained anything to me when I was a child, making me very what's the word? Uh, um, not prepared. They made me like unprepared for like other stages of life, including high school, and then like early adulthood. uh, um,
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to Eva a bit, I guess you can kind of see that like the people who are in power in the relationships, they kind of assume that they're right, and like they don't bother to explain anything, and they just think that like the people below should just go along with their wishes for their own good. Um, I mean, I'm not saying that like I don't know if Gendo like had explained human instrumentality to like the people at Nerve, they would be like, oh yeah, let's go along with it, uh, and cease to exist as individuals. But I mean, it's not inconceivable if like he convinced them that it's either human instrumentality our way or it's the Sele way. um, that they might have gone along with some of this. Um, yeah, but
hey, I have a question. This question might sound retarded, but what do you suppose the contract workers building the the subterranean uh, area the houses like, man, what the fuck is this, dude? And like again, it was like, oh, this is just the instrument that I will use in order to get back with my deceased wife.
I'm guessing he probably just, it's probably how it is in real life, where it's just, oh, I have a job to construct this building, and most people just go, okay, well, I have a family to feed. I don't really care. They could use it to destroy all of humanity for all I care. I just want to feed my family.
yeah, I think they probably knew about Project E at least. Not they probably didn't know about human instrumentality, but they probably knew about the experiments they were doing to create the Evas to defeat the angels. They must have just or it's just to defeat the angels. And that's why no exists, and that's it. You can't hide the fucking Evas to the people who like work in Central Dogma. I mean, the whole place was like littered with like corpses of Evas, or the failed ones at least.
Yes, yes.
Um, yeah, So yeah, I mean the extract which I read also talked about like the separation of the tasks, which basically remember those life tasks which I talked about earlier, and basically what Adler says is that you should just decide or rather recognize what like your tasks are according to the life tasks, and not be concerned with the outcome. Like for example, I think he talked about like how like whether another person likes you or not, that's their task. Your task is just to like them. So I don't know if that would work, to be honest. Yeah. But he also like talks about how like you should like have like trust in others, unconditional trust in others, basically, and regardless of how they act. um I don't know, I feel like that would just lead to like you getting used by others to me. Maybe I'm just a bit cynical, but that's what I feel like. I mean, for example, I don't think that there was any reason for like that. Like I don't know, if Shinji had placed unconditional trust in Gendo, then Gendo would have like opened his heart to him or something. Um, you know, Rei, Ritsuko, they all, Rei at least, like unconditionally opened her heart to Gendo, but she still ends up like getting used like a tool, basically. So,
Well, there
so
is a significant concern for Ray on Gendo's part. He does actually burn his hands when he like opens the vault for the cockpit,
yeah,
rescuing Ray.
I understand, but
Interesting, Shinji does the same thing for her as
yeah,
well.
but like how much of it is like concern for Ray and how much of it is like concern for like his wife, because ultimately he's willing to like sacrifice Ray for Yui. Although I guess he thinks that Ray will be there as well, like in the collective unconsciousness at the end. So maybe like he doesn't view it as like sacrificing Ray. But it's interesting that like with this separation of tasks talk is that um, um, yeah, the reason that um, Ray gives for rejecting Gendo is that basically you are not me, you are another person. Um, yeah, which yeah, I mean the whole thing about rejecting instrumentality is like to assert that people are separate, I guess. So yeah, so we have been talking for 3 hours. I don't think that we really need to talk about the show in general, because like giving it ratings and stuff, because I don't think that there's much else that we can add to what has been said. Right, I forgot what I was going to say, but I think we still looked at look at the story from an interesting angle. How do you guys feel like today's conversation went?
I don't think we've exhausted what we could have said, but honestly, since I haven't read neither Adler nor the book I should have read for the discussion. I cannot add anything significant. Not that I have actually said anything of worth, though. You know.
I guess in my end, to be honest, I'm not really sure what else we could add. I mean, Evangelion, in a way, I guess you want to use. I know it's kind of a cringe analogy, but it's kind of like the sort of Star Wars or whatever popular media. It has been talked about for exhaustively talked about, so I don't know what else to add.
Did like Ava like have any effect on you guys when you watched it?
I, I mean, the only effect I had was, you know, I, it it had good imagery, but it didn't really have much of effect on me, to be honest.
When I initially watched Eva back in 2016, I was actually in a university dorm, and I was very sick at the time, and I wasn't really doing very well at all at university. I was deeply unmotivated, and ultimately I had to like drop out of university. But at the time, I was like considering. Well, I mean, I wasn't really considering, but I did have like suicidal tendencies in my thought patterns. And while suicide isn't really something that happens in Evangelion outside of you know outside
Instrumentality is kind of
uh,
suicide, I guess.
well it is a suicide of the self, but not like a uh, outside of its metaphysical context, it's not really so much a suicide as to a new way of being. But when I watched Evangelion, I actually expected to have an ironic sense of enjoyment from it, but it turned out that I actually really identified with the main character, and I felt a deep sense of belonging with him uh, in this uh, world of strange expectations where you're not really prepared to face the world. Nobody really cares if you are prepared or not, and you just have to do the stuff as you go along. You have to learn the stuff as you go along. And seeing the character little by little build up his mental capacity and courage, um, I honestly felt it had a very positive effect on me. Even though I ultimately like failed at university back then, it did. It sort of like helped me solidify or like help me set my foot on the ground in the real world, uh, to some extent at least.
Hmm.
There's a very interesting thing about End of Evangelion where the story kind of like doesn't really progress from the ending of the original show. It sort of like transforms certain aspects, kind of like Ideon does, where like Shinji shouldn't really be concerned so much with the death of Kaoru, or even he honestly shouldn't even feel really depressed because not only he accepted by like the last episodes that he is a pilot of an Eva unit, he has like a 2 episode monologue. Well, not monologue. He has like a 2 episodes like a self analysis of himself, where he like ultimately comes to the conclusion that he deserves to live and he is deserving of love, just as any human is. So it's kind of strange why Hideaki Anno kind of like reverts the character to an earlier state of being, while simultaneously keeping everyone else as they were in the end of the anime series. I never really quite got that. I never really understood why that happens.
Wasn't that because of Kaoru's death, basically?
But he he already is depressed. It's not just because of his death. He already is in a depressed state. That's not really explained why.
I felt like it was because he killed Kaoru, really, because like that was the straw that broke the camel's back, basically.
Okay, but
Uh, but
the
it,
reason why he cares so much is because he formed a deep bond with him, but he was already at a point where he could have formed a deeper bond with anybody. So why is this like specifically the catalyst for him to for go back on his progress? Doesn't really make sense. And obviously, um, you know, how can I say that? Kaoru loved Shinji, and Shinji should have been intelligent enough to know that the reason why he didn't put up a stronger fight is because he didn't want to kill him.
but by he, do you mean Kaoru? Kaoru didn't want to kill Shinji.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean he knew that, and he still. That's
Why? Well, why would that happen? Why would he revert that way? It doesn't really make sense.
why would Kaoru not want to kill Shinji? Is that what he
No,
asking?
no. I'm asking why would Shinji revert back to a previous state of being when he ought to know why what he ought to know the reasons behind Kaoru's decision. It isn't really explained why this happens. It doesn't really explain why Asuka also. I mean, once she like regains her like confidence and battles the manufactured Eva units, uh, why does she call on Shinji as she usually does when she ought to have known better than that now that she has experienced in a very severe format, in fact, the life that Shinji experienced until recently?
So by the
There's some
so
odd
the
choices, and they must be deliberate for some reason. Otherwise, it would be just bad writing.
yeah, let me write the questions before I forget them. So so you didn't understand why did
I,
Asuka.
well, first, I didn't understand why Shinji has to revert back to a previous state, his depressed state, uh, and also further reverted even more once Kaoru dies. And secondly, I don't understand why Asuka calls to Shinji in in the same way she always did once she gains her confidence back.
What do you mean in the same way, like
Well,
Bakashinji?
she says that she says as she is battling the angels, waiting for not the angels but the Eva units. She says that as always that idiot Shinji is nowhere around. But what is that supposed to mean? What do you mean he's nowhere around? He always comes through, and he's like killed more angels than anyone else.
I think what she means that if she's not there for her, just for her.
Well, yeah,
Uh,
that's an obvious conclusion, but she's not fighting for herself, and she knows she's not fighting for herself.
why
Uh,
she's fighting for herself, like she's
well,
fighting to survive.
yeah, obviously, yeah, there's this element, but there's like an element beyond that, you know. Everyone is fighting for their survival at their headquarters as well.
Okay, so I think, I mean, that's just a way that's just her relationship with Shinji. I like, and like, obviously, like she wants Shinji to be there, basically. And this wasn't like the first time, because I remember like when Shinji ran away, and um Rei and Asuka got BTFO'd by the angel with the cutter arms. I don't know. I don't remember the names
Yeah,
of the angel.
that's basically like the last episode before like the budget went out. I think to be a man or something of that sort is the episode title.
Yeah, so basically, like Shinji was too late then. So this is not the first time that like they have been in trouble, and Shinji has been late.
Well, he wasn't late. He was right on time. And honestly, it's kind of their fault. They should have been better to Shinji, and he would have been there from the beginning, and they wouldn't have like gotten their ass kicked for being stupid women.
Well, yeah, I guess Asuka didn't see it that way.
Well, she gets another. She doesn't do anything to the angel. She gets like
She gets beheaded
easily.
basically. Like she gets beheaded basically. That's foreshadowing, I guess. And the other question was, why did Shinji had to revert back to his previous state? I don't think. Maybe I'm misremembering, but like I think he's not even like reverting to like a previous state. Like this is like the worst that he has been, basically. Like after like he's forced to like almost kill Toji, he's at least like angry, but here he's not even angry. He's just he can't even fucking get up.
But the situations are drastically different.
Yeah, exactly. So like he hasn't reverted then to his previous state. It's a different state from the previous one. It's an even worse one.
Yeah, it's more of the Kentuo. After he kills Karu, he becomes sort of a, what you would call it, rock bottom type deal.
Catatonic.
Yes.
Well, then I guess the question would only change in the fact that he becomes a state of being where he should know better not to be in that state.
But I think the problem is that he's too soft. Like when Misato like explains to him that Kaoru was basically weak. He chose to die. Only those that have like the will to live can live. And Shinji replies, "That's cold. You're being too cold." Basically, towards Misato. He's just a big softie, basically. He, I mean, that's why, like, that criticism which I said earlier, that like, oh, it's not like. I mean, worse things happen like in like real wars, basically, where your friends, your comrades will die like all the fucking time, and Shinji can't handle one having to kill one comrade. Actually, maybe this is worse because he has to kill someone that he considered to be a comrade, or more than a comrade, I guess. So I don't think it's like such a big mystery as to why he's in that state.
But
Um,
but this I think we kind of skipped what I also asked, and why is he already in the state where he would feel such camaraderie with Kaoru? Yeah,
that's a good
like
question.
that's like the as when I said that he reverted to his depressed state, that's like the first instance of it. Although now I agree with you that after Kaoru's death, or I guess murder, as Shinji would say it, this would be a new state. I would agree with you guys now, but it doesn't really explain why he would, after having become a man, whatever that means, and having dawned on the uh, Eva cyborg mecha thing, um, and he did so willingly this time with a sense of purpose and mission. And then after having battled his inner thoughts in 2 episodes, why does he still feel the need for such a deep connection with somebody like Kao, who he has just met? And he would
I
feel
think
so distraught that he would become come into a catatonic state just because he had to kill him in order to survive. Now, that
I
doesn't
think
really make sense.
I think the thing is that by this point in the story, he's like Shinji's like extremely like isolated from the other characters. Like Rei is not Rei any longer. Like she's just a fucking
True, true.
clone. And like he finds out. I think he also has found out by this point that like the Rei that he sees is just a clone, and of the it's not Ray 2, it's Ray 3.
True, true.
And Asuka is kind of yeah,
She's a whack.
yeah,
She's a
she was
whack.
like
Yeah.
mentally raped basically.
Yes.
And you
Oh,
know,
that's not
when
really his fault. But yeah, I guess I can see why he would think that he would be
he
like the
wasn't able to
cause of that.
save, yeah, he wasn't able to save her and do anything. And that's why that's like why again like Asuka says that like Shinji wasn't there for him. And it doesn't help that like I think when Rei's character, when Unit Zero is in danger, Gendo sends out Shinji, but when Asuka was getting mind raped, Shinji like he wasn't allowed to leave
Yeah, yeah.
because Unit 1 was grounded because it had the S2 engine, and they were trying to like not piss off the old man that's Sally too much. But again, like you see, like it's the vertical relationship, I guess, going back to Adler.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I guess Kaoru is the only one he would have been able to form a horizontal relationship with.
Yeah, I mean,
With Misato, I guess it would be out of the question with Misato because, well, even though he probably might have forgiven her, there's still some distance between them because of the attempt of soliciting his body for sexual pleasure, and also the death of Kaji and Shinji's rather cowardly unwillingness to comfort Misato in any other way. Yeah, there's definitely a divide between them.
What do you mean Shinji's unwillingness to comfort Misato? Oh yeah. After Kaji died, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And also Misato tries to comfort Shinji by holding his hand. It's kind of implied, maybe like she wanted to do more.
Yeah,
and
yeah, exactly. She wanted to solicit him for sexual comfort. Yes. I guess Ritsuko. Interesting thing about Ritsuko in the manga, she actually attempts to strangle Rei And she comments how that both the son and the father are wrapped around her finger, as in they're wrapped around Ray's finger. It's kind of an interesting observation, and it is sad that Ritsuko doesn't really form any strong relationship with Shinji, and only relies on Gendo, who's like a more, who's like a a very what would you call it, Machiavellian type, like a completely opposite, well, not complete opposite of Shinji, but a very disearnest or dishonest type of man compared to Shinji.
Yeah. Yeah. About the thing, we were talking. Given that I mentioned the problem being vertical relationships, but it's not that uncommon, like in right-wing circles, to say that like basically hierarchy is inevitable. So like when you have like initiatives like in companies where like to get the boss like to be your friend or whatever, but that sort of thing really doesn't work as well. So you that doesn't mean that it's not worth trying, but we need to be. I don't think sometimes it sounds like Adler is not being realistic when it comes to that sort of thing, in my opinion. But I mean, certainly like the military kind, almost military hierarchical structure in Nerve, which might be helpful to destroy the angels, doesn't help with the interpersonal relationships, because it's not like the fucking Power Rangers or whatever, where like everyone can say whatever they want. It's
There's a
yeah.
base moment actually with Gendo where like the power runs out and he goes for some reason personally to where like the workers are to help them power up a generator or something so that there could be enough power for the EVA units to use the elevators and fight whatever angel there was at the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think like Gendo, like, and all the characters are basically like super competent characters, and it kind of makes sense. I've heard that the rumor that Ano kind of based the characters on different aspects of his personality, and so it kind of makes sense that they would be like competent in some way. But by the way, did that scene that you talked about happen in the rebuilds or the original TV series? No, I can't remember.
The original anime.
Okay, then that scene I think was cut out from the Netflix dub. It wasn't there.
Really? That's
Yeah,
strange. It's a
yeah,
very awesome scene.
yeah. And another thing which they cut out is the music during that scene, um, when uh, Misato explains to Kaji that kind of breaks down, um, and explains to Kaji about how like she's basically been following her father's shadow and lying to herself about getting to get revenge on the angels. Yeah, the OST that doesn't play, obviously. The ending what doesn't play either.
Well, you must have had the worst experience of watching Eva possible.
Yeah, and the OST, by the way, which plays during that scene, is called "Those Women Longed for the Touch of Others' Lips, and thus invited their kisses." Yeah, I just wanted to see like what it was like. I was, because I've already rewatched the series many times. I mean, you talked about your experience watching Eva. Mine, I think I was like 10 years old or something, and and
Nice.
I and I didn't even like when I first watched it, I didn't like know the order or anything. So I started with Death and Rebirth, which is like a compilation movie in two parts, which is like uh, the first 26 episodes summarized into like an hour or something, and then the first 28 episode, the first 28 minutes of end of Eva, and the reason why they released this is because um, Gynets being Gynets, they missed the deadline to make end of Eva, and I think yeah, so I didn't understand what the fuck was going on at all. Obviously, and so the reason why I feel like maybe I was a bit too young for me, for me like to find Shinji to be that you know what's the word um relatable. So the main reason why I watched the series the first time was like to find out what the hell was going on, um, and um, and then after watching Death and Rebirth, I watched the TV series, and I realized I think by around episode 20, like they're not going to like explain. They're not going to explain shit, are they? It's just not going to happen. um, but yeah, I think on subsequent, it was like a great experience. But on subsequent rewatches, um, I came to appreciate more of the psychological stuff. I think when I first watched it, I was more interested in um, the I guess metaphysics, maybe like what what was Sele doing? The conspiracy kind of aspect. But now, like when I rewatched it now, after having rewatched it many times, I almost didn't care about the Sele, whatever the fuck they were doing, and it was more the psychological aspects which interested me. Um, I don't so like I don't think it was a bad thing that I watched Ava when I was that young. I feel like because I feel that because I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Like I was talking to like a guy in his early 20s about Ava, and they were talking about like not even Eva, but about some other anime which they came across when they were young, and another anime which wasn't really as messed up as Eva, and how like they felt like traumatized by it, and I'm like, and I felt like how can you get traumatized by a TV show? I feel like I don't know, people are kind of getting weaker because because they didn't watch that much messed up anime anime when they were younger or whatever, and so but at the same time they didn't because I feel like in the past people observed more messed up stuff in like normal real life, so they didn't need to see it in a TV show, but now they don't even see it in a TV show increasingly because that's the direction things are going, and yeah. So that's yeah,
Speaking
and
of noticing, yeah, go
yep.
ahead.
No, you can respond.
Speaking of noticing, have you like, or I guess you probably have not seen the episodes because you saw the Netflix version. But the episode I was talking about is the episode 11, the day Tokyo 3 stood still. and the second title is In the Still Darkness. And in that episode, as Shinji, Asuka, and Rei are making their way towards the cages where their Evo units are, Shinji actually like gives us reason to think why he is the main character, and that's because he actually questions why they're fighting in the first place. He says, he asks whether what are the angels? Why are we fighting angels who are like messengers of God? And why do we call our enemies with angelic names? By the way, you probably know this, but the angels in Eva aren't actually called angels in Japanese.
The apostles, yeah.
They're apostles, yes. And Asuka doesn't like even attempts to ponder this very important question. I always thought that
I
was
mean,
very interesting.
I mean, to be honest, Asuka kind of has a point. Like, these things are attacking us. What the fuck does it matter? Like, what they are? Just kill them.
Well, it does
Yeah.
matter because no battle, no war is just a battle for material gain. It is always it always has a metaphysical component to it. It is always, in a way, I guess you could say, religious. It, it's my God versus your God.
Yeah, unless it's certain wars which are going on right now, like in
No,
Sudan.
even these wars, even these
I'm,
wars that are only about power and only about territory, are in some way also supramaterial.
I mean, how's the war in Ukraine? Not in Ukraine, but the one in Sudan, supramaterial. It seems to me like w- the, w- the both sides are just supported by foreign powers like the UAE, just because they want the natural resources there. And there's no like ideological.
We don't need ideology.
So
Ideology is a recent phenomena anyway.
yeah, okay, whatever. So what's supramaterial then about that conflict?
Well, I don't know. I haven't read anything about it.
I've read about it, and it sounds like two guys who want power, and they have their own militaries, and that's it. But I don't know. I kind of feel like it was sometimes like the supramaterial is just propaganda as well. Um, yeah. But yeah, I mean. Yeah, it's a good scene. The scene which you mentioned is was there in the Netflix version, and obviously I watched the other version many times as well. I just watched the Netflix one this time to
I see.
see what it was like. Um, yeah, I watched Eva like way before the Netflix version came out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you did mention that when you mentioned it just a couple minutes ago that you saw it as a 10-year-old, which is insane.
um, yeah. I think I didn't. Yeah, I didn't even notice like all the vaginas in End of Eva. In unusual places. But I don't know. I kind of feel like, yeah, maybe it matters, but I don't know. Like if aliens attacked, but you're right that the terminology is weird. I think it's also a weird that like so the cover story is that like a meteorite for second impact is that a meteorite fell on Antarctica or the southern pole.
Oh, by the way, great that you pointed this out. This is basically a psychological operation, this cover-up story, as this depicts an event as a natural uh, as a natural catastrophe. It transforms it from a human activity where we awaken something that probably shouldn't have been awakened to just nature doing its own thing. Cordwainer Smith, who actually invented the term human instrumentality, is the pseudonym of an American agent who actually also coined the term psychological operation. I think that's in fact, I think that's like the name of his book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can't. Do you guys remember what the so we know so they call it second impact even like in public, but so first impact I think was when either I think when
It is based on the idea that a collision happened early on in Earth's geological history, which formed a huge chunk of our planet. But in Eva, this refers to the impact of the vessels that carried the life seeds. This is, I mean, I'm going on top of my head, but I think this is the lore that's not actually explained within the anime. And I don't think it's adequately explained even in the supplementary materials outside of the production notes that were also published at some point, but are yet to be officially translated, I think. The seed of life.
Okay, because I was going to say that it didn't make much sense that people would talk about a second impact if the first impact was just, as you said, the
collision of celestial objects that form our planet.
Okay, so that was first impact, the cover story for first impact.
Yes.
Okay.
And the second impact is the same cover story, basically. A fast-moving space object hits our planet.
Yeah, if it happened once, I guess it can happen twice. Yeah, it's not explained. Is it why the angels decided to attack when they decided to, or did they explain that?
Well, it's hardly prophetic. Apparently, it's based on the notion that the Dead Sea Scrolls predict when the angels will attack. But I don't understand why the person who knew of this would have even this. Like who made these scrolls, and why? For what purpose? Why? I guess this person believed that humanity will eventually come into the possession of such power that they could like stand up to the angels or something. I have no idea, dude.
So Fahrenheit, who couldn't join us today, left a comment, so I thought we might look at that for a bit. So yeah, he had to sit out this conversation. So I talked a bit about the book itself. The book itself was quite interesting, but I can see how it wouldn't catch on in the West, as you can say, calling anxiety a big cope, the brain's way to avoid confronting things you don't want to do, would blow a massive hole in modern psychiatry. I also don't think it's entirely correct, but that's neither here nor there. The fact that it was quite short was also nice, though. Eva is Eva. What is there to be said about it which hasn't been said before? It's still in my top 3 of all time. As for the crux of the matter, I think there are two kind of approaches when it comes to general anxiety, being overly cautious and scared of the world. The first is to simply demonstrate that the world outside of yourself is not threatening, and 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 it is the mind that must be brought back into alignment. And the second, which is shared by both Eva and the courage to be disliked, is that it is the mind itself which is responsible for shaping your reality. Therefore, you can simply choose not to feel anxious. Yeah, I think that's a good summary of the book. Yeah.
Be afraid while I choose not to. That's pretty based.
Yeah, I mean, like the book says that what matters is courage, not competence. But I kind of feel like maybe courage is also a kind of competence as well.
Well, you just have to do stuff, and eventually you get good at them.
Yeah. 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 I guess for a while you just have to don't care that you're not good at it.
Yep. That's exactly as our great Emperor Marcus Aurelius would have told us. Just don't care. Just stop caring.
Yeah. I wonder though, like, I mean, these ideas have been like around for a long time, including the ones from Eva, of course. But like, have they had like a measurable effect? I feel like when we look at statistics, like more and more people are like becoming needs and whatnot. So, you know, maybe these ideas have some effect when applied by individuals for their own sake, but maybe like you can't be scaled. You can't just I don't know, share the meme and then that will fits people.
Different people will enjoy this anime for different reasons. They might not even recognize the specific thematic elements that resonate with them.
Yeah.
Originally, what I knew about Evangelion was this before I actually watched it for myself. The main character is an emo, even though he isn't really an emo. It has cool fights, and but the main character is a stand-in for the otaku neat type of guy or something. Which are interesting, which is an interesting interpretation, I guess. Not really sure to what extent it was envisioned by the authors.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think it was seen that way by the audience more than it was meant to be, especially in the TV series. But I think maybe in the end of Eva, he might have been like kind of taking a dig at otaku as well, because he got some feedback about the original ending of the TV series.
The original ending of the TV series was supposed to be something like End of Evangelion. It just couldn't make it.
I wonder, like, if the scene where, like, how should I put it, when Shinji jacks off was also in the original plan for the ending or not.
That's an awesome scene. I love that scene. Because it actually does describe Shinji. He has a will to live. He doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to die pointlessly. He doesn't want other people to die. He wants to live.
Which scene are we talking about?
We're talking about the masturbation scene where he like beats his meat on top of Asuka's comatose head.
So why does that prove that he wants to live?
Well, because he's spreading his seed, of course.
Okay.
I mean, that's so, I guess.
Um.
But why
Yeah.
isn't he? Why isn't he like looking for somebody else? Why is he looking for Asuka?
I think it's because like everyone else has like he feels like Asuka is the only one that he can approach. Like Rei is dead basically. And
Indeed, they basically all of them were dead in a way.
yeah. Okay. I see what he's saying a bit now. But yeah, I feel like I don't know, like he's 14 years old and confused.
Well, yeah, he is. He doesn't really know what to do. That doesn't
And
really excuse him, but it is, at least it is a, some at least it does prove that he is actually in a way kind of normal.
yeah, it does. Even though people don't want to admit that it does. And but uh, yeah, I mean, Asuka kind of like ends up rejecting him in the dream sequences, I guess, in instrumentality in End of Eva because
Well, it's a good thing she doesn't reject him once she forms her own body again.
yeah, but the reason why she rejects him is because like um she feels like for Shinji like anyone would do, and that he's only coming uh to Asuka to her because like everyone else rejected him basically. So she doesn't like I don't know want to be like number two to Ray or to anyone else. Um, she but yeah, but that's an interesting take which I have not heard before. But because I don't know, like most people have like the take that like he's just mentally broken at that point. Um, Not that he still wants to live, but yeah. Um,
Oh, consider that even if he was mentally broken, which would probably mean that his spirit is broken. Well, he could have also, just attempted suicide. He still would have unconsciously spread his seed, because that's actually what happens. The body, even against all odds, against what your mental state is, the body wants to live.
but he couldn't have like unconsciously impregnated her because
Well, no,
he
he
just
doesn't impregnate her, but the ending does posit something like something similar to Adam and Eve situation. So while he would not have impregnated her, he, in a way, I guess you could say, marked her as
as his own. Yeah. Okay.
as yeah, yeah.
So you think that's why she's like the second person to emerge from the or the first or the second one of the first, I guess. I mean,
If we count Shinji as the first, she's definitely the second. We don't really see other people, although there is some evidence to suggest that other people have also formed. But definitely Asuka decided to stay with Shinji. So that obviously means something. And that the meaning is that
she still
well,
calls him disgusting though.
no, she doesn't call him disgusting. She doesn't
Then
call him
what is
disgusting.
what
She
is it?
she's in pain. She's in pain not because of her, physical injuries that she sustained. She's in pain because she's probably still in her uh, what do you call that? Why would she call him disgusting? That doesn't make any sense.
I think it's because like she saw him masturbating to her in the
Yeah,
in,
and I've actually watched a video where I've heard that how they got the line was the actual voice actor for Asuka said to the director, "Okay, how would you react if someone did this to you?" And that was the voice line.
Did this what? Well, I mean, a
They
director.
masturbate onto someone.
Well, this feels kind of like hearsay. I haven't, come across this information after researching Evangelion. And a director, directing an actor or actress to say a specific line in a certain way so that he could use that line in a later scene, that doesn't really have to mean that those things are connected. He just needs a specific line said in a specific way that could only be evoked from a specific, thing that happens.
I mean, to be fair, I've seen the same claim as well, but I haven't seen the source. Probably some interview or something.
Well, I've scoured like Ever Geeks and the forums of Ever Geeks, and I really haven't come across this.
Let's have a look now. I'll have a look now.
Besides, there's also like a significant breadth of time that happens between the masturbatory sequence and the new life that has become. Why would she still feel disgusted about something that happened in the previous life, in the previous existence? They live in a new existence now.
I mean, sure, but at the same time, let's say someone wronged you, someone offended you a certain way, you would still feel a gripe about it. You would still go, "What the fuck did you just
Also,
do?"
she doesn't say anything about the sequence as she is like fighting for her life.
Well, no,
that happens earlier. That happens earlier, right? Before the instrumentality happens, right?
What happens is that Asuka is in a coma, and later as she is like put into the Eva Unit 002, she like stops being in a coma because she realizes her mother is there with her. Then she gets like curb stomped by the regenerated manufactured Evas. And her like body, like the strain that her body sustains is at least the same as the one that the Eva unit sustains. So the sequence where Shinji masturbates happens before the battle, not after it. I guess she might have not known because she was in a coma. But then again, why would she care afterwards? That doesn't really make sense. Why? I don't. First of all, I'm not even sure that the English translation is completely accurate. And why would she like touch him so gently on the cheek or on the head if she considers him disgusting? She doesn't consider him disgusting.
Yeah, I think it's more like what he did to her, like than him.
Yeah, it's more of the action.
So it's kind of, I guess, mixed feelings.
Why would it reference? But why would the movie reference this act in such a way that defies how movies are written?
So I've got this Eva Greeks thread. I'll see if I can share it. Can I share screen? Do-do-do. Can you guys see it?
Yes, I can see it, but I cannot see
Yeah,
anything.
rough.
Okay, I'll read it out. Let me see if I can zoom it. I think you can like go to full screen. Maybe you can
This
see
is
it
like
there.
11 years ago.
I know, like look at the ages of the people. Age 40, age 38.
I mean, yeah, this series came out in '95. It's it's not. Is it really a
Yeah.
shock?
Yeah, is it? Yeah, I mean that's why I guess like the best girl discussions have also died down. So I'll just read the thread. So just one thing that I wanted to ask for years now, but just never did. I hope I don't read anything, but I'm asking up because I never saw anybody mention this. I'll skip. So there were many debates on the final line Kimoshi Warui in End of Evangelion and what it means, how it's supposed to be translated, and what she might be talking about. But we don't know that answer. Miyamura asked Ano. Miyamura, I think, is the voice actress for Asuka. Concerning the final line we adopted, I'm not sure whether I should say about it, in fact. At last, Ano asked me, Miyamura, just imagine you are sleeping in your bed and a stranger sneaks into your room. He can rape you any time as you are asleep, but he doesn't. Instead, he masturbates looking at you, and when you wake up and know what he did to you, what do you think you would say? I had been thinking he was such a he was a strange man, but at that moment I felt disgusting. So I told him that I thought disgusting, and then he sighed and said, "Thought as much." He said, "I thought as much." Um, did and yeah, so that's what Shinji did. But do they post a source? No. This is just a random forum, even if it's Eva Geeks.
He says it's like a bookend to a film, the final scene referencing the first, but it's not really what happens. What happens is that Shinji is strangling her, and to be honest, I don't know how to even interpret the actual strangling. Unless it's meant to like say that this strangling is like the masturbation session.
Oh yeah, I found the source.
Which is like a type of rape, but this doesn't make any sense. No, I'm really agree.
Yeah, it's on the statements by Evangelion stuff on Eva Wiki. If anyone wants to look that up for some reason.
Wow. So I don't see like a citation or reference there.
So where is this from? So it's from in a 55-minute talk show. They talked about the scenes they like, how this anime should have been evaluated in the field of literature, and so on. Oh yeah, here's the source. Yeah, here are the links to the Japanese stats and stuff. And it was on NHK. Yeah, it's from a summary of an interview with Yuko Miyamura on a TV.
Well, this at least proves that Miyamura has said what was claimed by Albanian Man. Although personally, I don't really recognize this as like a definitive answer as to why Asuka says disgusting in the end of the film.
Yeah, I mean, you can still interpret it any way you want, I guess. What was your interpretation again?
Well, mine. Well, to be
Yeah.
quite honest, I'm not completely sure why she says disgusting, but she doesn't actually, because she doesn't actually say that. But what I said earlier was that it probably has to do with the fact that she's in her fuck, what was the English word again? In her cycle. What do you call that in English, dude?
Sorry,
The,
what do you?
the cycle that women go through every month. What do you call
I think it's
it?
menstruation.
Period.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
period. Yeah, period. Menstruation. Yes, period.
So you think it's because of that? Uh,
Yeah.
they show her going through it once. I can't remember which episode though. But it's when like Asuka is kind of frustrated about being a woman, basically.
Yes.
Uh, yeah, it could be. Um, yeah, I also found it to be funny how like she spawns with the bandages on. She looks cute though, so I guess it's fine. Um, and then I guess she carries on that look somehow in the I was going to say the prequels. I mean the rebuilds. Um, yeah. Uh, do you want to see more of Eva, like more Eva made, or is it like a done complete story?
In my case, I would say after the end of Evangelion, I just thought, well, it's a complete story. I mean, oh, big ending or not, I still think it's a complete story, which is why I refuse to watch the rebuilds.
You haven't watched them, any of them?
No, I don't see the need to.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't like the rebuilds, but I've seen that you guys have already had discussions on them.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I need to rewatch it. I think maybe Heraclius, the other guy we were talking with, maybe had the point, but I think we'll have to see like so the effect of the original series was pretty long lasting. Um, I want to see like if people will talk about the rebuilds in like maybe even 5 years from now, because um I think people will also like kind of just be
What?
nice.
Wait, isn't it almost 5 years from like the last? When did the last fourth movie come out?
It might have been 5 years now. Can't remember. It's been a while.
I'm sorry for typing. I should have
No, it's fine.
muted.
It's not that loud actually.
Okay, so the fourth movie came out in 2021, 8th of March.
Yeah, I think.
We're so freaking old.
Yeah, I know. We are ancient.
Especially me.
And yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, when I met a bunch of younger people, one of the only old anime which they had watched was Eva. So, so yeah, it has some staying power. But I don't know if they I doubt that they had rewatched the rebuilds. They just watched the original TV series. Maybe I don't know. I think the rebuilds might also be on Netflix as well, and I think that's where like most young people come across anime these days. So if it stays on Netflix, even though it's a shit dub with a messed up OST soundtrack, it's better than them not watching it at all.
Are we going
Yeah,
to have a sequel discussion with the next book, which I hope I'll be able to read?
yeah, I think we could do that. I can't think of another anime where we could talk about the relationships. So it would have.
I guess another anime we could kind of talk about that. Although it's a very, I guess, distant would probably be, I guess, Kaiji in some instances. Yeah, sorry for this Jared speaking. but probably Kaiji, maybe?
Isn't it about gambling?
It is, but it's not just about gambling. It's more or less about Kaiji struggling through paying off debt and kind of this whole cycle about him surviving while everyone else is just betraying him. Like, for instance, in one instance of Kaiji with the card game, he had this, what do you call it, this, I guess, blind faith that other people would save him, but they ended up betraying him.
Yeah.
We could also talk about another Gainax anime about relationships called Koikaze. I actually don't know anything about Koikaze.
Oh, let me have a look it up a bit. Koikaze. Oh, Koikaze. Koikaze is good, but it's not a. Is it a guy in its anime as well? I completely forgotten about it. It's a kind of yeah. Let's.
I think I actually might be wrong. Wait, I thought his or her circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's another one.
That's Karekama. That's Karekama. Not Koikaze.
Koikaze is the incest one. That's why I was. It's not a bad anime, Koikaze as well, but yeah. Karekano, he's an equal circumstances. It's been a while since I watched it, but like I remember that like everything got kind of resolved at the start, and it was good. But then it just like kind of limped on.
Well, you've covered almost. You guys have covered almost every other Hideaki Anno work on here. This was like directed and written by the guy. Well, I guess you haven't covered like some of the live action stuff, like Godzilla, Shin Godzilla, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, Shin Godzilla is really great, and in fact, some of the criticisms that Evangelion had with the, I guess, the government is kind of like the main plot of Shin Godzilla.
Have you guys like watched the original Godzilla from 1954 or something?
I have not seen it, but with I guess you would call it pop culture osmosis, I know the whole plot.
It's a pretty interesting movie. You have well, I guess we're not gonna talk about Godzilla now since we're talking about Evangelion. Well, I guess we've finished talking about Evangelion.
Yeah, I think we have finished, and I think we can end this discussion, which I think was pretty good. So, yeah. Thanks for listening. If someone from the server decides to randomly listen to this.
Thanks for watching. Now get out.
Get out.